We've got developing news in the stories behind the headlines. Welcome back to Story on the Story Conference. I'm Ed Lingao, and of course with us, Ami Pamituan of the Philippine Star. Anytime now, the ICC pretrial chamber resumes former President Duterte's confirmation of charges hearings. One News anchor Angela Lagunzad Castro is on the ground at The Hague. Angela, ano nangyayari ngayon dyan? Angela, nakamute ka ata. Can you please unmute?
Alright, hi
There you
po,
go.
Ed. So, andito nga ako ngayon ulit sa International Criminal Court or ICC sa The Hague, Netherlands, wherein the confirmation of charges of former President Rodrigo Duterte is taking place now on its second day. So, on this second day, aasahan natin yung continuation lamang ng submission on merits ng prosecution at saka ng victims via their legal counsel. So, dito, aalamin lang din natin kung ano-ano pa yung mga ebidensya na ipepresent nila na magpapatibay ng kaso nila laban kay Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. So kahapon kasi nasaksihan na natin yung kalahati, ngayon namang araw na to yung iba pa. So dun sa mga nagtatanong kailan si Attorney Kaufman yung legal counsel ni former President Rodrigo Duterte magpe-present, it's going to be on Thursday, February 26. So this is the opportunity for him to defend nga Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte based dun sa mga evidence to kumbaga parang maisa publiko nila na wala ngang kinalaman itong si Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte sa mga kaso na ipinupukol sa kanya.
So the whole day today, tama ba? The whole day today is submission on merits of the case by
Yes.
the prosecution and by the counsel of the victims. Sila lang dalawa lamang.
That's correct, Bok. Sila lang muna ngayon.
So Angela, ano yun? Listahan lang yun ng evidence, di ba? Di naman actual presentation pa yan eh. Ilista lang nila kung ano yung balak nilang ipresenta.
Oo, yun po, ililisa pero wala pang masyadong mga explanation. Tapos dun sa mga nagtatanong po na kung meron bang witness na ipepresent dito, wala.
Yes.
Wala silang witness na ipepresent, wala din silang mga pangalan na sasabihin kasi due to security reasons. Unless kailangan talaga, sabi ng House rules dito, pero pag-uusapan pa yan through private session kung i-approve nila yon.
Angela, paano yung coverage nyo dyan? Nakakapasok ba kayo?
Opo, actually nakakapagod siya pero eventful siya, okay naman. So meron kaming ID press ID ito.
Yes.
So meron kami para maka-in and out kami So pinapayagan kami dito ng ICC office na makapag-in and out para nga dun sa mga kung kailangan mag-live katulad nito Pero once pumasok kami doon sa gallery kung saan nangyayari yung hearing, dun sa chamber ay wala kaming dalang cellphone, wala kahit kundi papel at saka ballpen lamang kung gusto namin mag-take down ng notes. Meron doong earphones na aming papakinggan kung anumang language ang gusto namin. Of course, English is there. Tas iba't ibang, kasi nga, invited ang 70 international media kasama na tas of course yung local para makinig nga dito sa confirmation of hearing. So ganun yung nangyayari. At 9 o'clock open na yung media center. Sa media center pwede kaming mag-stand upper doon pero hindi kami pwedeng mag-interview. So lahat ng mga interview na binabato po namin sa inyo dyan, dito kami sa labas. Lalabas muna kami bago kami makapag-interview kasi very strict sila doon when it comes to yung mga camera.
Yung chamber, pwedeng pumasok ang public. Kasi dati pwede silang mag-register mag-request, diba? Ngayon, pwede pa rin ba?
Pwede po, Ma'am Ami, dito sa gilid, merong parang pinaka-public entrance doon, pero first come, first serve basis siya. Kanina, si Attorney Nery Colmenares, doon siya pumipili hindi katulad nung kahapon, nung nakita ko si Attorney Salpanero, parang sa iba siya dumaan, Hindi namang ibang-iba, doon din naman same door, pero hindi siya pumila. So I think meron siyang reservation. Meron siyang reservation. I just remember,
diba?
I just remembered right now, dahil sabi ni Attorney Salpanelo, nakausap niya si VP Sara, before he came here, at sinabi nga daw ni VP Sara sa kanya, meron kang reserved seat sa gallery. Yon ang sinabi sa kanya. So as compared to Attorney Nelly Colmenares, ay nakapila pa siya.
Angela, hindi ko lang kung narinig mo yung balita ngayong araw dito sa Manila. Nag-press con si Atty. Levito Baligo. Did you hear about that? At dinawat ang
hindi
ICC.
po
Okay.
Hindi po.
Very briefly kasi I think you would want to ask somebody from the ICC there, maybe one of their spokesmen. Ang allegation, kasi si Attorney Baligod lumitaw kanina with 18 men na supposedly mga dating Marines na naging bantay at taga-deliver daw ng mali-maletang pera para kay Zaldico. Papunta kay Bongbong Marcos, papunta kay Romualdez and all that. Pero ang dagdag doon, according to Baligod, meron daw 2 maleta ng tig 56 million pesos na pinakonvert sa dollars. So $2 million daw yan.
$1 million.
Ang $2 million daw na yan ay idinaan kay Sunny Trillanes, whom we will be speaking to later, para doon sa ICC investigators na nasa Pilipinas. So, ganun ang kanilang assertion na may $2 million na galing sa mga maleta allegedly from the flood control projects na finannel to the ICC investigators in Manila to investigate the case against Duterte. So in other words, they're trying to establish a link between the ICC and the flood control money. And sabi pa ni Baligod is so the ICC investigators are guilty of graft for doing that.
Actually, kanina, Bok at saka Ma'am Annie, I was able to talk to Attorney Kaufman. Dumaan siya dito, no? At tinanong natin siya kasi kanina, sabi ni Attorney Nery Colmenares, tinanong ko siya kung ano yung kanyang reaksyon doon sa pagbanggit, pagsama ni Attorney Kaufman doon sa pangalan ni President Bongbong Marcos sa kanyang opening statement yesterday. Ang sabi ni Attorney Nery Colmenares, sabi niya, actually, irrelevant nga yun, 'di ba? Kasi ang pinupunto natin dito, may pinatay, sino pumatay. So ngayon tinanong ko 'yun kay Attorney Kaufman kanina. Sabi niya, how come it's not irrelevant? Sabi niya, it is relevant because itong si President Bongbong Marcos nga daw ang nagfa-fund para nga dito sa mga witnesses ng ICC dito sa investigation against former President Rodrigo Duterte. So yun yung sinabi niya.
Yeah, but anyway, it's a direct accusation against the ICC by Attorney Baligod and supposedly by these 18 men. So you might want to get somebody from the ICC to talk about it and address that
Actually,
issue.
Bok, nagre-request kami sa ICC office kasi hindi pa pwede sila mga ambush, kailangan i-request mo muna. So we've sent a letter already para makausap yung spokesperson nila and we'll definitely include this question kapag nakausap namin siya.
Okay. Okay, Ami, ikaw.
Okay.
Any more?
Wala, banggitin ko lang na may comment si Attorney Conti dyan sa Sinabi na niya na ang nagpopondo niyang mga witnesses private, hindi daw gobyerno.
Yeah. Nagpost pa si Attorney Conti ng mga resibo.
Statement.
Oo, kasi po Ma'am Ami, nung yung bisperas ng confirmation of charges, nagkaroon ng press con ang Duterte Network or Duterte Panagutin Network. Doon tinanong sila kasi nabanggit nga nila Attorney Nery Colmenares na hindi katulad ng mga Duterte family na ginagawang Quiapo itong dahig na pwede silang papunta pa rito. At ang mga biktima wala naman talagang budget. So tinanong nga sila, sino po bang nagpopondo sa inyo? Paano po kayo nakakakuha ng pera panggastos nga papunta dito? So yun ang kanilang naging sagot mula sa mga private individuals, mga organization, mga volunteers at sinabi na nga mismo nung kaanak ng biktima ng EJK na si Shira Escudero na sabi niya wala pong public funds na ginamit dito sa amin.
Okay. I suppose let's leave it at that muna. Maraming salamat sa iyo, Angela Lagunzad, reporters live from The Hague.
Thank you.
Sa ICC.
Thanks, Angela.
Salamat,
Thank you po.
Angela. So we'll get more updates from you later on as we go down through the rest of the day. Up next, we'll be having a little later former Senator Sunny Trillanes to respond to the allegations of Tony Levito Baligod. Of course, as we said, we've been trying to get Baligod to agree to be interviewed by us here on this program, pero so far we've not had any luck. Si Trillanes, however, has said that he's willing to at least talk to us on the phone kasi he is now I think he now has some commitments, some prior commitments, pero pumayag siya magpa-phoner in a few minutes. So, Ami, yun ang ating iniintay ngayon.
Yeah.
We can get Trillanes to respond to these allegations. Major allegations I wanted to ask Richard nga kanina ano kaya implication nito dun sa ICC and how the ICC conducts itself and will be conducting itself in the next few days, kung meron man, na may ganitong direct assertion or allegation na, well, supposedly graft. Parang Pilipinas lang, di ba?
Yan ang nga tinatanong ko, magre-react ba yan sa ganyang accusation?
Kaya nga eh. Whether they react or not, I'm wondering, whether they react on camera or not, I'm wondering how it will affect their decision-making
Saka kung
process.
cash yan, Ed, kinonvert ba yan sa, hindi mo pwede ilabas yan sa airport eh.
O nga, no?
They have to convert it sa, i-deposit mo yun sa bangko.
Saka
to
malaki-laki
get,
yun na $2 million.
manager's
Eh.
check or something. 1 million, you can take out of the country only $10,000 US.
O nga, that's a very good point.
Anong ginawa nila dyan sa 56 million? Paano nilang nilabas? I-convert mo yun sa bangko, kailangan i-alert ng bangko yung money laundering council kapag may ganyang transaction.
But Ami, I also have to say this I'm not exactly clear kung ang allegation ni Attorney Baligot is that it was that the money was used for operations of the ICC investigators here in the Philippines, or if it was used or if it was turned over to the ICC investigators. So, hindi ganun kaklaro sa akin kung ano doon sa dalawang yun ang allegation. On the other hand naman, if it's used for operations of the ICC investigators here, why does it have to be in dollars?
56 million dito.
Tsaka, why does it have to be in
Ang laki naman
dollars if they're going to use it for operations here?
Oo nga.
Diba?
Kaya
Hindi mo
nga.
kailangan ng conversion. Kasi nasa Pilipinas ka eh.
Ang laki-laki ng pera niya. Hindi pwede namang hindi na-alert yung mga kusino mang authorities yun.
And yeah, not
Kung
just in
nilabas
pesos,
yun,
but as well in dollars.
maximum $10,000.
Mhm.
You cannot take out. Makikita yan sa x-ray. Cannot fit into your luggage. Unless nga yung $1 million, lalo na makikita yun.
And,
$1
and
million
if they were
siya.
trying to be very discreet in their investigation, it's not exactly very discreet way of doing
Mahirap
it.
i-discreet yung $1 million.
Mm.
May
Imagine mo kung
paper trail dapat siya. Kung
Yeah.
lilipat ka, babalik ka sa Philippines to The Hague pa. Ang higpit-higpit ng ng money laundering regime, anti-money laundering regime sa Europe.
Tsaka yun nga eh.
Unless hindi ko kasi napanood yung kung may detalye kung paano ginamit yung pera.
Yeah nga
Siguro
eh.
baka may
Unfortunately, walang
At kung
detalye.
paano yung paper trail kung kasi if you're accusing someone of graft, personal benefit yan. Diba? O, saan diniposito yon? Kaninong account? Ganon.
Yeah. But unfortunately, as of now, wala tayong masyadong detalye kasi according to Attorney Baligo, they'd rather have the affidavit submitted first to the Ombudsman before they release to the public. So we are not going to be seeing those affidavits anytime soon at this particular point. Mag-iintayin pa tayo. So all we have to go by is kung ano yung sinabi kanina dun sa press conference.
Dami-dami natin iniintay na statement, pati nga yung retraction ni Rodrigo, wala pa tayo. It has to be a written statement.
So,
It's either a written statement or a sworn statement doon sa Senado kasi ginawa niya yung sworn statement niya sa Senado. O, nawala.
Yeah, but I can still hear you. It's just the video that disappeared. Anyway,
Yeah.
okay. I suppose while we're still trying to get Sanchilianes, maybe we should go first into a gap and then come back as soon as Sanchilianes is... I'm sorry? Sige, Ami, we'll just go into a gap while they try to get in touch with Senator Trillanes for his feedback dito sa allegation na to. So please stay with us. We will be right back.
This is the Story Conference Group or the StoryCon Group.
Welcome back to Storicon. At this point, we bring in former Senator Sonny Trillanes, who is being accused of receiving money from resigned Congressman Zaldico, supposedly for the ICC investigators. Magandang hapon, Senator Trillanes, and thank you for joining us. I know you're very busy, but thank you for joining us today.
Hi, Senator.
Magandang hapon po sa inyo, kasamang Ed, kay Miss Ami at sa ating mga viewers.
Sir, I understand. I presume that you've heard the press conference kanina, yung mga salient points. Ang allegation nitong si Levito Baligod ay meron daw dalawang maleta, tig 56 million convert into US dollars, $2 million daw, idinaan sa inyo para doon sa ICC investigators who were in the country as early as December 2023. Ano po ang response niyo doon?
Ito po, I vehemently deny na meron ako natanggap na $2 million o kahit na anong halaga mula kay Zaldico para sa mga ICC investigations or kahit sa anumang mga galaw o kung anuman. So wala po tayong natatanggap na pera. Ngayon, ito po, yung galawan na yan ay meant to discredit the ICC in light of the ongoing confirmation of charges hearing. Kasi nakita nyo yung timing. Sa lahat ng araw, ngayon nila ilalabas yan. Last year pa yung mga male-maleta na yan, wala silang na-mention. Then ngayon, como merong may ICC proceedings, biglang may ganyan. Tapos, ito po, dahil dyan, ako po ay magpa-file ng cyber libel cases against Levy Baligod, kay Mike Defensor, Jay Sonsa, at doon sa mga dating sundalong na humarap kanina. Dahil hindi natin pwede palagpasin yan. So, hindi po tayo madidistract dito at hahabulin natin itong mga ito.
Ami?
Senator, confirm lang namin,
Yes.
meron talaga mga nagpunta rito from the ICC noong 2023, hindi ba?
Okay, ito po. Yung tungkol po sa mga operations ng ICC dito
Yes.
sa bansa, I'm sorry to say na hindi ako pwedeng mag-divulge ng information about it kasi highly confidential siya at will involve lives of not only the ICC investigators, kundi pati yung mga testigo na nakakausap. Kaya talagang pinagbabawal po na i-divulge yan. Ngayon, ito pong ginawa nila Baligod at nung itong mga humarap na ito ng mga dating sundalo daw, yan po ay violation ng Rome Statute yan. Kaya pwede silang makasuhan ng obstruction of justice. Obstruction of justice yan ng ICC. ICC mismo
Ano po yung
magkakaso dyan sa
specific
mga yan, I tell
violation?
you.
Ano po yung
I
specific
believe
violation ng
yung-
Rome Statute?
I think it's Article 70. They were mentioning that. So, yan, they will have to deal with that. At yun, sana
Hindi.
gawin itong mga to kasi
Ano yung obstruction of justice?
yes, obstruction of justice. So, ang na-mention is Article 70 ng Rome Statute.
7-0.
Ngayon, ganito. Ano po yan? Sensitibo to. Akala nila laro-laro lang itong ginagawa nila na ito. Kung nagpapagamit sila sa mga kampo ng Duterte para lang maitulak yung kanilang agenda, well, pagbabayaran nila ito. Hindi pwede yan. Nasa mali sila rito. Itong ginagawa natin na pag-pursue ng hustisya through the ICC, ito ay para sa ikibubuti ng mga pamilya ng biktima at ng ating bansa para panagutin yung mga mastermind na to. Huwag nilang sasabihin na nasa tama sila rito kasi talagang sasamain sila sa akin.
Pero sir, at least by appearances, ang pinapalabas dito ay may connection na bale ang ICC doon sa korupsyon, sa flood, something very, very local at something very, very controversial and scandalous with something that is happening in The Hague.
Ay, yun na nga po yung sinasabi ko sa inyo. Wala pong katotohanan yan at dahil dyan kakasuhan ko sila ng cyber libel at I am expecting nakakasuhan din sila ng ICC for obstruction of justice. Kasi nakita niyo yung intention nila, talagang dudungisan. Unang-una, ito lang, common sense lang po ito $2 million daw. Paano naman ito, paano mo ilalabas yung $2 million na cash? Hindi mo maisip di ba? Pero pilit na pilit Kailangan nilang idikit para lang madungisan. Especially ngayon, na ongoing yung confirmation of charges hearing. I think maliwanag ko sa taong bayan kung sino nagsasabi ng tama rito.
Senator, kung hahabulin sila ng ICC, what can the ICC do to them? Anong pwedeng maging sanction sa ganyan?
Ayun na nga po, di ba yung obstruction of justice? Marami na pong nakulong doon Maliliit na sentensya, 5 years, but still, i-issue, kakasuhan ka nila. Ganun po yan. Kasi ito, the fact na dinox nila in-identify, i-release yung mga pangalan, tapos pinicturan, that would put the lives of these investigators in danger. Tapos pati yung mga testigo, pinangalanan. Hindi nila naiintindihan yung implications nito. Ang hirap kasi dito, nagpapasulsul sila. Papasulsul sila dun sa mga yung mga handlers nila na yan.
And sir, Article 70 of the Rome Statute, offenses against the administration of justice, that includes yung obstruction of justice. Anyway, I have to go back to it later. Yun. Ami, may pabol ka pa?
Yan po ang kakaharapin nila. Of course, I'm not speaking for the ICC, but I am expecting na isa yan sa mga kakaharapin itong mga ito.
Senator, pahabol ko lang kasi you're a former soldier. Anong balita nyo kay Rodrigo Duterte? May balita ba kayo? Nasaan na siya?
Wala akong idea po. I don't
kasi
have any
binanggit din siya
connection with the guy.
nila Baligod
Sila po. Baka mas may alam sila.
Kasi nag-retract daw. Kaya hindi namin alam kung nag-retract na.
Itong mga ito, pinagsasamantalahan itong mga politikong nasa likod na to, itong vulnerabilities na itong mga dating sundalo na ito. Ngayon, kung ano gustong ipasabi sa kanila, sasabihin na lang nila, buhong nga ng pangangailangan. Diba? But I'm very sorry for them dahil sila rito. They will have to suffer the consequences of their actions.
Under Article 70 ng Rome Statute, imprisonment of up to 5 years for obstruction of justice.
Yes.
Fines and forfeiture of proceeds, property, or assets. That's for...
At mas immediate yan Pag na-issuean yan sila ng warrant ng ICC, magkita-kita sila doon. Nila. Diba?
Okay.
Ganun yan. Akala nila, biro-biro lang itong ginawa nila. Hindi ito. Mabigat ang kabayaran nito and I'll make sure they will suffer the consequences of their actions.
Sir, do you have a timetable? You said kanina you're planning to file a case.
Yes, hopefully as early as next week, ma-file ko na yan. Hindi pwede. Okay. And kung sino man yung mga ibang maliciously implicated doon, I encourage them to file para tignan natin kung hanggang saan yung PC nung mga handlers niya mga yan. I'm sure ilalaglag yan at in the end, hihingi ng tawad yan at nagkamali sila. I can just see that coming.
Okay. Maraming salamat po for joining us. We know you have a meeting and thank you for taking time to join us today. Maraming salamat, former Senator Sonny Trillanes.
Thank you, Senator.
Salamat po.
Okay. Ami, kailangan kong tumakbo dun sa kabila. But maraming salamat for staying with us the whole afternoon. Thank you for joining us. Ami Pamintuan, ang bossing ng Philippine Star. See you again tomorrow, Ami. Just again tomorrow at 4 p.m. for Storicon. I'm Ed Lingao, kapatid. We are One News, all sides, all the time.
This is the Story Conference Group or the Storicon Group.
historic legal battle of former President Rodrigo Duterte at the International Criminal Court continues. Good afternoon. We're going to be giving you the latest as the hearing unfolds. I'm Pauline Verzosa, and this is Duterte's ICC Confirmation of Charges hearing, a special coverage. Now, how did longtime Davao City Mayor and later Philippine President, once dubbed the Punisher, end up in the custody of the International Criminal Court? Well, nearly a year after his arrest, Rodrigo Duterte now finds himself at the center of a historic legal battle in The Hague. Mobile journalist Amy Atienza has this report.
Young Rodrigo Roa Duterte. That's my first middle name is Roa. His surname is Duterte.
Now that Rodrigo Duterte is facing proceedings at the International Criminal Court, the question is, how did it all begin? The trail leads back to April 2017 at the height of his administration's war on drugs. Late lawyer Jude Josue Sabio filed a communication before the High Tribunal, accusing Duterte and several officials of crimes against humanity over alleged extrajudicial killings. Sabio represented self-confessed Davao Death Squad hitman Edgar Matabato. The filing relied on insider testimonies, human rights reports from Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch, documentation from church sources, as well as the media. In his letter to then ICC prosecutor Fatu Bensouda, Sabio argued that when a state fails to prosecute crimes against humanity within its own territory, the ICC must intervene. The complaint did not name Duterte alone. Several senior officials of his administration were also cited. More than a year after Sabio's complaint, families of drug war victims and activists brought their own complaint before the court, amplifying the call for international scrutiny. By then, ICC prosecutor Bensouda had already launched a preliminary examination into killings linked to Duterte's anti-drug campaign. But Duterte pushed back. In 2018, he announced the Philippines would withdraw from the Rome Statute, the treaty that established the ICC. The withdrawal took effect in March 2019. However, the High Tribunal retained jurisdiction over alleged crimes committed while the country was still a member, from November 1, 2011 to March 16, 2019. That period covered Duterte's final years as Davao Mayor and his presidency. But even as the legal process moved forward, the former president publicly criticized the ICC.
For the things that I have said, ordered, and done, I am willing to put my neck dito sa mga bagay na to. Baka balang araw, itong ICC na itong bugok na to, if they decide to hang me, I would be very glad to go.
Still, the case advanced. In September 2021, ICC judges authorized a full investigation. The Philippine government appealed, arguing the court no longer had authority. But in July 2023, the appeals chamber rejected that argument, allowing the probe to resume. Then came the turning point. In early March 2025, ICC judges issued an arrest warrant under seal, accusing Duterte of crimes against humanity, specifically murder, linked to drug war killings. On March 11, after returning from Hong Kong, Duterte was arrested in Manila and flown to The Hague. He was formally turned over to the ICC the following day. The charges later evolved. What began as one count of murder covering 43 incidents was revised to 3 counts of murder involving 49 incidents and 78 alleged victims. Among them was teenager Kian de los Santos, whose killing sparked nationwide outrage, along with several individuals tagged as high-value targets. At the core of the case is a fundamental question, not simply whether individual killings occurred, but whether there was a policy behind them. Now, nearly a year after his arrest, and even as he opted not to personally attend the hearings, Duterte remains under ICC detention, awaiting the judge's decision on whether the case will proceed to trial. Kapatid Amy Atienza, we are One News.
Well, the International Criminal Court has already entered the second day of the confirmation of charges hearing against former President Duterte. Let's listen in.
Case. Good morning, Madam President, Your Honors. Situation in the Republic of the Philippines in the case of the prosecutor versus Rodrigo Roa Duterte, case reference ICC 0121-0125. And for the record, we are in open session.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. I would now like to call upon parties and participants to confirm that the people here in the courtroom are the same as the ones present yesterday. Mr. Prosecutor?
Madame la Présidente.
Good morning, Madam President, Your Honors. There are a few changes in the composition of the OTP team today. I'm here representing the office, as was the case yesterday. Beside me is Julian Nichols, senior trial lawyer. He was here yesterday. I also have Edward Jeremy with me, trial lawyer. Robin Croft, trial lawyer. Ai Do Young, associate trial lawyer. Sylvie Wakam, associate trial lawyer. Loria. And finally, James Miriti, our case manager. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Prosecutor. Legal representatives of victims. Good morning, Madam President. Only one change on our team. We have one change, a defection actually. One of our team members could not be with us actually.
Your Honours, we are exactly the same composition today, and we are once again ably assisted and supported by our Filipino colleagues in the gallery.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Prosecutor, you may now address the court regarding submissions on the merits. It is Mr. Jeremy who will be giving this presentation.
Thank you, Madam President. Your Honours, dear colleagues, my name is Edward Jeremy, and over the next 45 minutes or so, I will focus on some of the evidence that demonstrates Mr. Duterte's responsibility for the crimes charged in counts 2 and 3. My presentation will comprise two parts. Part 1 will focus on the crimes charged in count 2, and as you know, this count relates to the murders of 14 so-called high-value targets. And part 2 will focus on examples of crimes charged in count 3. And this count relates to murders and attempted murders of 45 victims in the course of barangay or neighborhood clearance operations. First, Your Honours, a brief introduction. As Mr. Nichols made clear yesterday, Mr. Duterte campaigned for the presidency that, on the basis that, if elected, he would implement his Davao model of killing on a national scale. And once sworn in as President of the Philippines on the 30th of June 2016, this is exactly what he did. One insider witness explained what applying the Davao model nationwide meant in practice, and this is tab 49. As we see on our screens, Evidence Channel 2, this witness stated, quote, "It means that he wants to apply how Davao addresses the drug problem in a national scope, the whole country. It means that zero tolerance on drugs. And what I understood is that we have to eliminate, neutralize drug pushers just as in Davao." And as we've heard, this Davao model also included the payments of rewards for such killings. And as President, Mr. Duterte expanded and replicated this Davao model across the Philippines, working together with many of the same people, his co-perpetrators, following the same plan, and using the same methods. On becoming president, Mr. Duterte appointed his co-perpetrators from Davao, a number of whom Mr. Nichols introduced yesterday, to senior positions in the police and the government. And in these high-level positions, Mr. Duterte and his co-perpetrators had authority over thousands of state personnel, including those that formed the national network that the co-perpetrators used to carry out the charged crimes, as Ms. Croft will shortly describe in more detail. And Your Honours, central to this plan to carry out the charged crimes was the formal national anti-illegal drugs campaign in the Philippines. And this campaign was launched through a document titled Command Memorandum Circular number 16, 2016. This was issued by newly appointed PNP Chief Ronald De La Rosa on the 1st of July 2016, the first full day of Mr. Duterte's presidency. On our screens, we see the first and last page of this document, and this is tab 112 of our binder. We see that the subject is, quote, PNP Anti-Illegal Drugs Campaign Plan, Project Double Barrel. And we see it is dated the 1st of July 2016. On the first page, there are a series of supporting references for this memorandum. And the first foundational reference is the, quote, pronouncement of President Rodrigo R. Duterte to get rid of illegal drugs during the first 6 months of his term. And yesterday we heard multiple examples of the violent nature of those pronouncements and speeches. If we focus on the last page of this document, page 18, we see that the distribution list comprised the highest levels of law enforcement in the Philippines. And on the right side, we see it signed by Ronald M. De La Rosa, Philippine National Police, the PNP. And Your Honours, we'll look now at some parts of this document which essentially sets out general guidelines for the implementation of this project, Double Barrel. Focusing first on the execution of this project, Double Barrel, we see on in paragraph 5, now on our screens, as follows. The PNP intends to equally address illegal drug problems in the barangays and at the same time pursue the neutralization of illegal drug personalities, as well as the backbone of illegal drugs network operating in the country. And Your Honours will note the use of this word neutralization. While on its face, this word may be open to interpretation, insider witnesses provide evidence that within law enforcement within the Netherlands, within the Philippines, forgive me, to neutralize meant to kill. And notably, one insider witness explained the significance of the use of this word neutralize in this command memorandum, and that's tab 54. And the witness stated as follows, quote, they used the word neutralize to emphasize the kill order of President Duterte, because that is the promise of President Duterte even before the campaign. And Your Honours, the sprinkling of references to human rights in this document should be viewed in this context. Moving on to the concept of operations, this is set out on page 3 of this memorandum as follows, quote, the PNP Anti-Illegal Drugs Campaign Plan, Project Double Barrel, will be conducted in a two-pronged approach, namely Project Tokang and Project HVT. The first prong or barrel, Project Tokan, focused on the clearance of the drug-affected barangays. And this relates to count 3, which I'll discuss shortly in the second part of my presentation. The second barrel, which relates to count 2, was Project HVT, or High Value Target, which I will focus on now. Turning to page 6 of this document, we read as follows. Project HVT is a massive and reinvigorated conduct of anti-illegal drugs operations, targeting illegal drugs personalities and drug syndicates. And as your honours are aware, it was in the course of this Project HVT that the prosecution alleges the 14 victims of Count 2 were murdered. And many of the high-value target victims of Count 2 incidents were included in charts and lists that Mr. Duterte showed during public speeches. And just as he did in Davao, as president, Mr. Duterte publicly named persons he alleged were involved in drugs, and many of those would end up as victims in his so-called war on drugs. For example, on the 7th of August 2016, Mr. Duterte held a televised press conference in Davao City, during which he named 150 public officials who he claimed were involved in the drug trade. These included Albrera Mayor Rolando Espinosa and Osamis Mayor Reynaldo Parahinog, as well as various members of the Parahinog family. This speech is at tab 31, and we'll play 2 clips of that now.
Reynaldo Parahinog, alias Andong, the mayor of Osamis City. Nova Princess Parahinog Chavez used to be the wife of, I think, Colangco. Yung poster boy doon sa blandi-blandi pambuhok. Hindi naman, tisoy. Alam mo, baskin saya magpataabangan ko kayo. Kasi wala na ako sa presidency, habang may baril ako.
Wherever you go, I will be waiting for you, even if I'm no longer president, as long as I have a gun. And indeed, as your honours are aware, Mr. Duterte did not need to wait long. On the 5th of November 2016, Mayor Espinosa was murdered. That's charged incident 13. Then, on the 30th of July 2017, Mayor Parahinog, together with a number of others, was also murdered. That's charged incident 14. And during the same speech that we just saw, Mr. Duterte emphasized his direct involvement in the preparation of this list as follows.
The validation. I'm the one reading it, and I am the sole person responsible for this all.
And this list was subsequently published by the media, who referred to it as the narco list, or as we see from the article on our screens, simply the Duterte list. And your honours, Mr. Duterte continued to flaunt his list of so-called high-value targets. Perhaps the most significant of these lists was the President Rodrigo Roa Duterte list, or the PRRD list for short, and that's at tab 48 of our list of materials. Your honours, this was basically an Excel-style spreadsheet that listed persons alleged to be high-value targets. The slide now on our screen shows the first page of the PRRD list, which includes photos of various persons designated alleged to be high-value targets. And at the bottom of this list are a series of different tabs, some of which have been enlarged on our screens. And as we see, they include different regions of the Philippines, and within these tabs are lists of names and identifying information of persons alleged to be high-value targets. And the persons included in this PRRD list were also assigned different levels, as set out in our PCB, in our brief, paragraph 99. As we see from the slide now on our screens, these levels range from 1 to 5. At the lowest level 1, this included lower level government and police, as well as street level pushers. And at the highest level 5, this represented the highest value targets, drug wholesalers, financiers, and high-ranking police officers. And consistent with the Davao model of killing, rewards were also paid when a high-value target was neutralized, meaning killed. And this evidence is set out at paragraphs 52 and 99 of our brief. And these rewards were not part of the regular PNP budget, but were provided by Mr. Duterte, who also publicly offered perpetrators rewards for killing. Your Honours, to sum up the significance of the PRRD list, I turn to the words of another insider witness, and this is tab 54. Quote, "This list was used by the police in their operations. And if you are in the list, you will be the subject for police operations. And most of the time, the people on the list are killed. So basically, the PRRD list is a dead list." And Mr. Duterte publicly paraded this PRRD list on multiple occasions. For example, during another televised speech on the 2nd of February 2017, tab 111, he stated the following.
This is the drug industry of the Philippines.
And in this same speech, we'll shortly see Mr. Duterte holding another page of this PRRD list, reacting to criticisms based on human rights in relation to his so-called war on drugs.
Tapos sabihin mo lang ako, takot-takutin mo ako ng human rights. Pakain ko ito, bunganga nila. Oh.
And Your Honours, on this issue of human rights, as Mr. Nichols explained yesterday, during his speeches in Davao, Mr. Duterte, well versed in the law, would occasionally seek to legitimize his encouragement of state violence by references to human rights and self-defense. And he continued to do so as president. For example, as we will see in the next clip, during a speech on the 20th of September 2016, which is at tab 130, he stated the following.
Pagka bumunot, patayin mo. Pag hindi bumunot, patayin mo rin. Oh, tangin. Para matapos na. Eh, kaysa mawala pa, bro. Ako na ang bahala sa inyo. Itaga ninyo ito sa puso ninyo. For as long as I am the president, nobody but nobody, no military man or policeman will go to prison because they perform their duties well. Ako ang mapakulong sila. Sabihin mo lang, utos ni Mayor yun.
So that was Mr. Duterte's message to the military and to the police. Kill, whether or not your target pulls a gun, and I will protect you. And Your Honours, as we will now hear, during the same speech, in case there was any doubt, Mr. Duterte made it very clear that this promise of protection related not only to lawful killings.
For as long as there is that power to pardon sa Constitution, yan ang weapon ko against crime. Magmasakir kayo ng 100, di ba? 100 rin kayo, jadi pardon lahat eh. Restored to full political and civil rights, plus a promotion to both.
And Your Honours, as was so often the case, Mr. Duterte's message was repeated and amplified in the media, as we see in the next slide, which is tab 88, which reads as follows, quote, Duterte to troops, massacre criminals, I'll promote you. With the byline, in the same speech, Duterte tells soldiers he will never order them to do anything illegal. And this was the pattern, Your Honours. Out of one side of his mouth, quietly, occasionally, he would speak about self-defense. This was Mr. Duterte, the lawyer, keenly aware of his own legal jeopardy, especially once he was no longer president. And out of the other side of his mouth, loudly, frequently, he would say, kill, and I will protect you, I will pardon you, and I will promote you. And this was Mr. Duterte, the strong man president who orders the murders of drug lords and alleged criminals. And as the charged incidents demonstrate, Mr. Duterte's co-perpetrators, as well as the police on the streets, understood his message to kill loud and clear. As an example, Your Honours, I'll focus briefly now on incident number 13. You'll recall that on assuming his presidency, Mr. Duterte publicly expressed his frustration with mayors who he alleged were involved in the drug trade, including Mayor Espinosa. On the 1st of August 2016, he gave Mayor Espinosa, then Mayor of Albuera, 24 hours to surrender to the police. And the following day, Mayor Espinosa did surrender to PMP Chief Ronald Bato de la Rosa. In a public speech on the 5th of August 2016, Mr. Duterte stated the following in reference to Mayor Espinosa's surrender, and this can be found at tab 129.
Problema niya ay yung mayor ng Albuera. Mabuti, nakaabot siya doon kay Bato na pinahanap ko, shot on sight, parang aso. Eh, ang tingin ko talaga sa inyo, kayo parang aso.
And on around the 5th of November 2016, a few months after Mr. Duterte had him tracked down like a dog, Rolando Espinosa was murdered while in detention in Leyte Provincial Jail, together with another man, Raul Yap. According to the PMP's official narrative of this incident, there was a shootout between Espinosa and Yap and officers who attempted to serve search warrants on them while in prison. By contrast, the evidence demonstrates, as set out in paragraphs 107 to 110 of our brief, that these men were murdered in their prison cells in a coordinated operation involving various state agents. CCTV was disabled, guns were planted in their cells, rewards were paid. And as we see on the slide now on our screens, tab 48 of our list of materials, both Mr. Espinosa and Mr. Yap were included in the PRRD list, amongst other individuals whose names have been blurred by the prosecution. Rolando Espinosa in the upper row is recorded as a mayor and alleged to be a drug lord, indicated as level 4. And Raul Yap in the lower row is also alleged to be a drug lord, listed as level 3. The arrest of both men is noted, and this is shown on the right side. Then separately, it is noted that they were neutralized. And in a further indication that to neutralize meant to kill, as we see here, it is only on the date of their death, the 5th of November 2016, that they were noted as neutralized. Additionally, in the tab of the PRRD spreadsheet labeled high-value targets, now visible on our screens, there is a photo of Mayor Espinosa. He's the person in the yellow T-shirt in the second row on the far right side. As you can see from the enlarged photo, he's been crossed out in red, which, as a witness confirmed, indicates that he had been killed. And if your honours look closely at this list, you'll see it appears to be the same list that Mr. Duterte held during a speech on the 2nd of February 2017. And for reference, these are tabs 48 and 111. And your honours, following these murders, Mr. Duterte continued his public threats. For example, on the 9th of February 2017, he stated publicly that mayors involved in illegal drugs should resign or face death. We'll play an extract of this speech, which is at tab 132 now.
Tatawagin ko yung mga mayors, ilak ko, no, kami-kami lang. Sabihin ko talaga sa kanila. Ganun kakapal yung pinakita ko sa inyo. Hanapin mo yung pangalan mo dyan, mayor. Tapos na pag nandyan yung pangalan mo, may problema pa. Talagang papatayin kita.
Mr. Duterte's message to the mayors could not be clearer. If your name is in my list, then I'll kill you. And in case anyone watching this speech has any doubt about his intentions, Mr. Duterte goes on to comment on extrajudicial killings. And as he does so, your honours will note the nonchalant, casual manner in which he draws his finger across his throat. Let's play the video.
Wala akong ako talaga ang wala akong maipagyabang. Kaya ginadaan ko na lang sa extrajudicial killing.
And in this opulent, gilded presentation room, the officials laugh along with their president while he boasts about his skills in extrajudicial killing. And outside, on the streets of the Philippines, the bodies pile up. The evidence from one data set shows that as at the date of this speech, 9th of January 2017, almost 1,500 people had been killed in Mr. Duterte's so-called war on drugs. And that's paragraph 73 of our brief. A few months later, in an April 2017 speech, which I won't play, but is a tab 134.2, Mr. Duterte called the deceased Espinosa a, quote, son of a bitch, and after citing multiple allegations of murders by the police, he said he would pardon and reinstate any convicted police officer with a, quote, promotion to ranks higher, end quote. Your Honours, I move now to the second part of my presentation, the murders and attempted murders committed during the barangay clearance operations. And these operations were covered by the first barrel of Project Tokang, which we looked at earlier. We'll briefly return to this document, CMC 16/2016, and the overview of the two barrels. As the slide on our screen shows, the stated aim of Project Tokang, just focusing on the first sentence, was, quote, accelerating the drive against illegal drugs in affected barangays, end quote. And in practice, Your Honours, this meant murdering some of the most vulnerable members of Filipino society. As witnesses stated, the poor were often targeted because they were the ones least likely to file complaints against the police. To quote one witness on our next slide, he stated, "It was said that the ones that we had to do the Tokang operation on had to be poor. Those who do not have the means to file a complaint or to complain. And similarly, another witness stated the following. Based on what we've seen here in the Philippines, the people that were killed or could be killed were the poor, people with no means, simple people who were not able to file charges against them. Your Honours, Project Tokang operations were implemented across the Philippines in a number of ways, as set out in paragraph 75 of our brief. And these operations frequently followed the same modus operandi as we also set out in paragraphs 33 and 114 of our brief, which was as follows. A target was identified, often through the use of lists, such as barangay lists or police station watch lists. The target was then murdered in a police operation. Weapons, drugs, and money, or a combination thereof, were then planted at the crime scene. And then the police reports were repeatedly falsified to legitimate the operations as acts of self-defense. And in this context, as witnesses explain, the police often used the term nanlaban, which translates to fighting back, to describe incidents in which they supposedly shot a victim in self-defense. And these reports were often almost identical. In essence, copy-paste reports in which victims were frequently blamed for their own deaths. And finally, unofficial rewards were paid. Your Honours, I'll briefly focus on a few of the Count 3 incidents to illustrate this pattern. On the day of his inauguration, the 30th of June 2016, then President Duterte held a speech in Tondo, Manila, and he directly addressed the public present, including, as we will see, women and children. For reference, this is tab 127. Let's please play the clip.
Ako po'y galit. Pati yung mga pulis dito sa Maynila nakasabit sa droga. Ako po'y nakikiusap, wag ho kayong pumasok dyan kasi papatayin ko talaga kayo.
As we see, Mr. Duterte's message was clear. Stay away from drugs, or I will kill you. And the killing in Tondo began almost immediately following this speech, as we set out in our brief, paragraphs 100 to 101. I'll focus now on, and Tondo is visible on our screens, I'll focus now on incident 23, which also took place in Tondo, on or about the night of the 4th to the 5th of October 2016. As your Honours are aware, the alleged victim of this incident 23 was Benjamin Vizda. And we'll shortly see a video which shows Mr. Vizda just before midnight in a vest, in handcuffs, forced onto a motorbike between two police officers and driven away. And this is tab 76, and we'll play the video now. And we see now Mr. Vizda being forced onto the motorbike between the two police officers. And as he's been driven away, we see women and children chasing after him, no doubt terrified about what would happen next. And around 20 minutes later, Your Honours, Mr. Vizda was dead, shot multiple times in the head by police officers. A witness described the scene, and Your Honours, the next slide will be a graphic image. And for reference, this is tab 77. The witness stated, quote, the victim was lying on the street in handcuffs and was dead. He'd been shot in the head 7 or 8 times, end quote. The official account of this incident was recorded in a police report known as a spot report, dated the 5th of October 2016. This is tab 65. And this report, an extract of which is on the screen, stated that Mr. Visda was killed by the police in self-defense after he snatched the firearm of a police officer while he was on a motorbike, while wearing handcuffs, and he shot at the police but missed. Your Honours, as demonstrated by the evidence in paragraph 126 of our brief, this narrative is false. Benjamin Visda did not fight back. He was murdered. Your Honours, Project Tokang was also carried out through one-time, big-time, or OTBT operations. And these were large-scale, high-intensity police operations that often resulted in multiple murders. And one such operation took place in Bulacan, shown on our screens, between the 15th and the 16th of August 2017. In August 2017, the police made a press release regarding their recent operations, which noted that 32 people were killed by the police in simultaneous one-time, big-time operations from the 15th to the 16th of August 2017. This press release, which can be found at tab 108, is visible on our screens. In the headline, we read, quote, 32 killed, 107 arrested, as firearms, grenades, and numerous illegal drugs were seized in Bulacan, PMP, simultaneous big-time operations. And focusing, Your Honours, on the paragraph at the bottom of the screen, we see that the deaths of these 32 people were recorded as, quote, significant results, end quote, of the, quote, intensified campaign against illegal drugs, otherwise known as Project Double Barrel Reloaded, end quote. And this was essentially a reinvigorated version of Project Double Barrel, as set out in our brief footnote 37. And the press release goes on to name the 32 victims of this operation, which included 3 victims who are victims of charged incidents 28 and 29 in this case, who were murdered, consistent with the pattern of the other incidents in count 3, as set out in paragraphs 131 to 132 of our brief. Your Honours, 32 individuals killed by the police in Bulacan in a 24-hour period. You would imagine this would be a major national incident. So how did Mr. Duterte react to this shocking news? Let's hear what he said, and for reference, this is tab 147.
Yung namatay daw kanina sa Bulacan, 32, in a massive raid. Ganda yun. Makapatay lang tayo ng another 32 every day, then maybe we could reduce what ails this country.
So that was the President's message in response to the death of 32 Filipinos in a single day. He essentially said to the police, well done, keep going, let's kill another 32 every day. And, Your Honours, in this context, as you would expect, the killings went on and on. This phase of one-time, big-time operations continued until around the 18th of August 2017, resulting in many more deaths. As one witness stated, quote, it was hunting season, a killing spree, end quote. And that's at tab 77. And on the evening of the 16th of August, in the midst of this killing spree, perhaps at the same time as Mr. Duterte's speech in Bulacan, a 17-year-old child named Kian de los Santos was murdered in Caloocan, the location of which is marked on our screens. And this is charged incident 30. As usual, the police claimed that Kian de los Santos shot at them and they were forced to shoot him dead in self-defense. Another victim blamed for his death. As set out in our brief, paragraph 133, this account is contradicted by CCTV footage showing police dragging the child across the ground, and other evidence shows that after pleading for his life, he was shot twice in the head. And the next slide is a graphic image, Your Honours, and that's tab 151. On our screens, we see the tragic image of the body of the 17-year-old child, Kian de los Santos. And as noted in our brief, paragraph 56, this brutal murder led to a massive public outcry across the Philippines. And in these circumstances, exceptionally, the direct perpetrators of these murders were prosecuted and they were imprisoned. And in the face of this public outcry, Mr. Duterte was forced to temporarily withdraw police from drug operations from the 10th of October to the 4th of December 2017. And this led to a reduction in the frequency of killings. In announcing this temporary withdrawal, Mr. Duterte sarcastically stated that he hoped that this would satisfy, quote, bleeding hearts and the media, end quote. And in this way, he publicly communicated that this was not a genuine effort to prevent crime, but rather a temporary attempt to placate public criticism. And less than 2 months later, Mr. Duterte decided to once again scale up operations. He ordered the PNP back into the campaign, and the killings once again intensified. And, Your Honours, regrettably, children continued to be the victims of these killings. Your Honours will recall that at the very start of his presidency, Mr. Duterte gave a speech in Tondo, and we saw a part of it earlier. This is tab 127 on our list of materials, and we'll watch another portion of that speech now.
Yung mga adik ho dyan, kayo na lang ho ang pumatay. Kung anak niya, ikaw ang pumatay. Kung anak niyang adik, kayo ang pumatay para hindi masyado masakit.
If it's someone's child, be the killer yourself. If someone's child is the addict, then you be the one to kill. Your Honours, it's worth pausing here, taking a step back and reflecting on what we are seeing and what we are hearing. This is the President of the Philippines, the Commander-in-Chief, the most powerful man in the Philippines. He's pointing directly at the crowd, and he is telling them to kill someone else's child. Kill them, not because they are an alleged drug lord, not even an alleged criminal, but simply because they may have an addiction to drugs. And this is an example, perhaps, of what the defense described yesterday as Mr. Duterte speaking, quote, openly from the heart, sincerely and truthfully, end quote. And that's transcript 4, page 37, lines 15 to 16. And during an earlier part of the same speech, Mr. Duterte also boasted that during his presidency, funeral homes would make a lot of money. Let's play that clip.
Sabihin ko sa inyo, itong mga panahon nitong mga araw na dadating, kung may punerarya ho kayo, kikita kayo ng husto. Tayo ko yung mga small time na punerarya dito, doon. At sigurado hindi kayo malugi. At pag humihina na ang negosyo ninyo, sabihin ko lang sa mga pulis, bilis-bilisan ninyo ng konti para kumita yung tao sa negosyo nila. Ayan, sinasabi ko na sa inyo. Hindi ako nagbibiro.
So again, here's the President assuring funeral homes that if their business declines, he will, quote, tell the police, hurry up a little so people can make money from their business, end quote. And he stressed very clearly he was, quote, not joking. And as my friend said yesterday, transcript 4, page 30, lines 18 to 19, quote, for President Roddy, his word was his word, and the people knew it, end quote. In this context, to conclude, I'll focus briefly on incidents 38 1945. As your honours know, in the course of these incidents, which occurred during 2018, on two separate occasions, the police detained a child aged around 14 or 15 years old. On each occasion, the police wrapped the child's head in packing tape so no one could hear them scream, and then strangled the child to death with wire. It's difficult to imagine a more terrifying end to two lives that had barely even begun. And these murdered children were then sold to funeral homes, who profited from their bodies, as explained in paragraphs 142 and 150 of our brief. Your Honours, dead children, police ensuring that funeral homes made money. Mr. Duterte indeed was not joking. Thank you, Your Honours. This concludes my presentation. I now hand over to Ms. Croft.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur.
Judge Motosh, thank you very much, Mr. Prosecutor, for your presentation. I think we are going to observe a break of 40 minutes up to 11:30 a.m. Thank you very much.
All right, well, we just heard the first session of day 2 of the confirmation of charges hearing of former President Rodrigo Duterte in the ICC, where the prosecution there, through trial lawyer attorney Edward Jeremy, presented the prosecution's submission on the merits. He began that by detailing how the Oplan double barrel worked, which targeted both high-value targets and criminals associated with drugs in the barangay level. And we saw Attorney Jeremy there zeroing in also on the word neutralize. He says this appeared in the guidelines of the implementation of the plan that was distributed to the highest level of law enforcement. It was even signed by then PNP Chief and Senator Bato de la Rosa, who was, as we know, has been named as an indirect co-perpetrator of this common plan during the Duterte drug war. And he really emphasized on contextualizing the use of the word neutralize. There was even one witness who testified as saying, or he cited one of the testimonies of a witness saying that the word neutralize was used to emphasize the kill order of President Duterte because that was his promise during his presidential campaign. He then went on to explain how the Oplan double barrel worked in a two-pronged approach. There's that Project Tokhang, Oplan Tokhang, and the Oplan HVT, which stands for High Value Targets. Earlier, we also saw Attorney Jeremy presenting and playing a lot of clips of the pronouncements of former President Duterte in public. He began that by showing when President Duterte even showed his PRRD list, which contained targets or targets allegedly involved in illegal drugs. And that targets eventually ended up being killed. So among them are Mayor Rolando Espinosa and Mayor Reynaldo Parohinog. And they also cited, one witness also cited that if you're on the list, then you'll be the subject of police operations. Hence, the PRRD list is a dead list. You can see that being flashed on your screen right now, various faces, various photos of personalities that have been included in the former president's list, and some of them who end up being killed during this period. Attorney Jeremy also emphasized on the violations of human rights. He said that Mr. Duterte is actually very well versed in the law. He is a lawyer himself. But he used this to legitimize his state violence with reference to self-defense to justify the police operations that targeted some of these individuals. Attorney Jeremy also reiterated that Mr. Duterte did this throughout his presidency. And in one message, he cited where the president even addressed military men na pag bumunot, patayin mo. Pag hindi bumunot, patayin nyo din. Ako bahala sa inyo. Itaga nyo ito sa puso nyo. For as long as I'm the president, no military or policeman will go to prison because they performed their duties well. So again, the prosecution here playing clips of the messages, the public pronouncements of the president himself. And then Attorney Jeremy there focused on the Oplan Tokhang, which was allegedly targeted at the poor because they were the least likely to file cases against authorities. Attorney Edwards cited another unnamed witness as saying the Tokhang operation had to be on the poor, those who do not have the means to file a complaint. And the targets were identified through barangay lists or police watch lists. And weapons, drugs, money were planted at crime scenes. And police reports were heavily falsified as acts of self-defense, again, to justify the act of shooting these alleged suspects. And he even brought up the word nanlaban, which repeatedly came up in the police reports during this period. He also cited that unofficial rewards were paid to policemen. So again, this is just the first session of day 2 of the confirmation of charges hearing. We are expecting more submissions from the prosecution on the merits of this case. They are expected to tackle this throughout the day, and after that, the common legal representatives of the victims, they will have their turn to present their own submissions. And if we were to base it on the ICC schedule, the defense won't take the stage until Thursday, where they will have the chance to present their own submissions on the merits of the charges. So what we're seeing here, of course, are very sharp battles between the defense and the prosecution. Yesterday, the opening statements were given by all three parties, and we got a glimpse of Attorney Nicholas Kaufman arguing there for the former president that his statements and pronouncements were just taken out of context. They are hyperbole, and that's where they're anchoring their argument on. All right, but meantime, Vice President Sara Duterte told News 5 that she did not watch the day 1 of her father's confirmation of charges hearing yesterday. What kept VP Sara updated, though, were the quote cards and postings in social media. She also said she has no feelings, no reactions to the hearing anymore. And what she would have wanted, though, is to visit her father in the detention facility while the hearing proceeds. I recall that the family visits, were prohibited for the former president during the 4-day hearing. VP Sara also shared they have accepted her father's fate that he could die in prison.
Hindi na namin tinitingnan yung chances of coming home eh. In fact, hindi na namin pinag-uusapan yun, sir. Kung makikita nyo doon sa statement niya sa court, ay sinasabi niya sa court na natanggap ko na posibleng dito ako mamatay sa kulungan ng ICC. Nandun yun. Nakalagay sa statement niya sa court na nagsasabi na hindi siya a-attend sa mga hearings ng confirmation of charges. Papasalamat ako kay Attorney Kaufman at sa buong legal defense team ni dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte sa kaso niya sa ICC, sa kanilang paghahanda at sa pagpapakita nila ng confidence, kumpiyansa na walang ebidensya na nagpapatunay na ginawa ni dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte ang mga sinasabing krimen.
Well, meanwhile, VP Sara says they have been expecting the ICC to name Senators Bongo and Bato de la Rosa, known Duterte allies in the Senate, as co-perpetrators in the former president's case. And here's what she advises to the senators.
Hindi naman ata nakakapagtataka na nabanggit si Senator Bato de la Rosa at Senator Bongo doon sa confirmation of charges dahil nung mga nakaraan na araw ay nilabas na ng ICC yung dokumento na nandoon yung pangalan nila. Ang pinaka magandang depensa nila at paghahanda nila ay kumuha sila ng mga abogado nila na merong alam sa batas ng sa Rome Statute, sa ICC at sa international law para mabigyan sila ng maayos na advice.
Meantime, supporters of former President Rodrigo Duterte and families of drug war victims alike have gathered outside the International Criminal Court in The Hague as the ICC hearing continues. Here's that report.
Supporters of former President Rodrigo Duterte gathered outside the International Criminal Court in The Hague as the pre-trial chamber began the confirmation of charges hearings against him. Some traveled from other areas, and more are expected to join in the coming days. They hope the ICC will dismiss the charges against Duterte.
So far, masaya at the same time malungkot. Pero masaya ako dahil they will know, mapapatuyan na yan nila na si President natin, former President Duterte is his involvement sa mga pinagbabato sa kanya is part of his program in the government.
Hopeful po kayo na mapapawala sala po?
Honestly, I'm not so sure because maraming, but never know. We love Tatay Digong. We love his legacy.
One supporter responded to being called a Duterte clone and a fanatic by a lawyer representing victims of the Philippine drug war.
I don't want the word fanatics. Hindi kami sunod-sunod lang na walang prinsipyo. So, and they called us clones. Gumagawa daw si President Duterte ng mga clones. I don't want the terms used there.
Meanwhile, relatives of drug war victims closely monitored the opening day of the hearing, calling for Duterte to be held accountable for deaths linked to the anti-drug campaign. Human rights lawyer attorney Neri Colmenares expressed satisfaction with the prosecution's opening statement and described the evidence against Duterte as strong. His assessment was echoed by the mother of two alleged victims of extrajudicial killings.
Nung nagsalita yung prosecution, naging masaya dahil maliwanag naman maayos naman yung nailatag. Pati yung lawyer, si Attorney Duterte, okay naman yung kanyang salansan ng mga defense, no? Pero pagdating kay Kaufman, mukhang out of the topic. Maybe, yun lang talaga yung maidi-defense niya dahil siguro wala na siyang ibang maging argumento. Pinagtatanggol niya si Duterte na sinasabi niyang wala namang patayan, wala namang pagpatay sa nangyari. Yung ganon. Parang yun sa amin siyempre isang masakit na maririnig yung ganon na kahit alam naman siguro niya, ganon pa rin yung sinasabi.
Meantime, families of drug war victims and supporters have once again gathered in Quezon City to watch the ICC confirmation hearing online. Let's get an update from our mobile journalist Arles de los Santos. Arles, kamusta ng sitwasyon dyan?
Huli na nagpapatuloy nga yung Justice Watch o yung online viewing ng mga kaanak ng mga biktima ng umano'y extrajudicial killings na nangyari sa panahon ng administrasyon ni dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte dito sa Quezon City. Pero ngayong araw walang dumating at least sa mga nakausap natin na kamag-anak ng mga EJK victims. Yung present lamang dito ay yung mga volunteers ng grupong karapatan at yung ilang mga estudyante na kanina nga sunod-sunod din naman yung kanilang mga naging pagdating. Nang nakipag-ugnayan tayo sa organizer ng event, ayon sa kanila nagbigay ng impormasyon yung mga kapag-anak ng mga EJK victims na hindi makadadalo sa kadahilanan na yung ilan ay nag-absent lamang daw sa trabaho kahapon at yung iba naman ay may mga responsibilidad sa kanila mga tahanan kung saan yung iba pa ay naghahanda naman para sa isasagawang kilos protesta kaugnay nga ng 40th anniversary ng EDSA People Power Revolution bukas, kung saan dito din so far present naman si Bayan Chairman Teddy Casino na nagbigay ng paunlak sa atin kanina. Tinanong natin siya patungkol nga doon sa naging posisyon, opening statement ng kampo ng depensa na sinabi nga na hindi na raw nila ikinagulat yung posisyon nito dahil bilang legal counsel ayun daw yung sasabihin ni Kaufman, particular nga yung panawagan nito na pauwiin na sa Pilipinas si dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte, no? Mas mainam daw na doon nga nililitis si Duterte sa International Criminal Court kaysa dito sa Pilipinas, nang sa gayon ay maging impartial nga talaga yung paglilitis dito. Nangangamba rin kasi na kung yung kampo man daw ni Duterte o yung kabilang panig, baka daw pag-isipan na nag-flex ng powers o magamit yung impluwensya nga dito sa lokal na or local landscape ng Pilipinas, no, at least for the justice system, no. So kung nasa ibang bansa daw, mas okay kasi doon of course international ito at yung mga ebidensya ay talagang kailangan pagdikit-dikitin, no, o pagbangga-banggain para nga magpatuloy yung paglilitis dito. Meron din siyang naging tugon ng tanungin natin kung may kaugnayan nga ba kaya itong confirmation of charges laban kay Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte doon sa maagang pag-announce ni Vice President Sara Duterte ng kanyang kandidatura para sa 2028. Parang well orchestrated na daw ito, no, para nga tawagin na politika lamang yung persecution sa kanilang mga pamilya, pero hindi lang naman daw kasi yung mga kritiko ni Duterte yung mga humahabol at naghahangad ng hustisya, kundi yung mga ebidensya mismo, no, na ipepresenta nga sa hukuman, no. Nanindigan din si Casino na kung labasan man o isyuhan ng warrant of arrest yung mga co-perpetrators ng nangyaring extrajudicial killing sa panahon ni dating Rodrigo Duterte ay marapat na issue o isilbi ito, no, ng administrasyon ni Pangulong Bongbong Marcos dahil ayon ang naaayon at itinatakda ng batas. At bukas nga at sa paparating pang mga araw 27, no, ay magpapatuloy yung mga yung Justice Watch na tinatawag o itong online viewing kaugnay ng pagpapatuloy ng confirmation of charges laban kay dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte sa International Criminal Court sa The Hague sa the Netherlands. Huli.
Arles, pakikwento naman sa amin ano yung naging emosyon tsaka mood ng mga tao dyan, lalo na kanina nung mas naging detalyado na yung explanation ng prosecution kung ano talaga yung nangyari noong war on drugs ng dating Pangulong Duterte.
Actually, Pauline, napaka-striking, no, nung mga pinakita ng mga ebidensya, lalo na yung mga recording, partikulara na mga pahayag ni dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte kung saan nga kasama ito, of course, no, doon sa mga ebidensya na inilatag ng prosekusyon sa International Criminal Court. At least for them, may mga pagkakataon na tumataas yung mga kilay at medyo napapaatras sa upuan, no, dahil na rin siguro sa napakaaanghang at mga salita, no, na binitawan ni Duterte nung siya nga ang namumuno. Pero so far dito, tahimik at banayad naman yung panonood ng pagdinig ng International Criminal Court na nasasaksihan nga dito. Actually, dito lamang sa likodan natin itong space na to, no, or yung screen na to, dito napapanood yung live streaming. Samantalang dito naman sa bahagi na ito, dito nakaupo yung mga nanonood kasama syempre yung mga kapatid natin sa media. Puli.
Alright, well, maraming salamat para sa update na yan. That was our mobile journalist, Arles de los Santos, reporting live from Quezon City. And at this point, we get to talk with international law expert, Attorney Romel Bagares, still about the developments happening at the ICC hearing. Good evening, Attorney. Thanks for being here.
Good evening to everyone, to our viewers. It's a pleasure to be here.
Okay, so I know you're also following the confirmation of charges hearing, and we just heard the first session in day 2 where the prosecution submitted their submissions on the merits. What did you make of how Attorney Edward Jeremy laid out the premise for the charges against the president?
I think it's very systematic, very much on point, because here, there are 3 things that the prosecution must present with respect to this. Is now we're talking here now of the detailed presentation of the evidence. The first one would be the contextual elements showing the widespread or systematic nature of the attacks against civilians. And the second one is the discussion on representative incidents. As you know, there are over 500 victims here, but you cannot present all of them. You need to have representative cases, or what scholars call iconic cases. That was taken up by the prosecutor. And then you have linking conduct to modes of liability. And we saw that in the juxtaposition of video statements of the president and the consequences, the corresponding result of such statements, as seen in the implementation of the Opland double barrel and the Opland double barrel part 2, or reloaded, for that matter.
Well, the prosecution is expected to submit more of their arguments later on. We're in the midst of a 30-minute break. But let's go back, Attorney, to what happened yesterday in day one. We saw all parties delivering their opening statements. And if we were to compare this to a boxing match, who took round one for you?
Well, I think that
Hey Google.
this is really the prosecutor's show because for the first 2 days it's going to be the prosecutors who will be discussing the evidence. The third day will be reserved for the defense to show their counter arguments and their counter evidence, right? So right now we're seeing actually that the prosecutor was able to show in the first day, for instance, the dramatic presentation, all the videos. I keep on telling people that Mr. Duterte is really the first president who was elected via social media. And we can also show that all his statements, no? And this is really unprecedented in terms of the amount of evidence on video, the recordings, televised, online streaming, compared to all the other cases discussed or taken up in the ICC. Before, you have a head of state with just an immense amount of evidence linking his statements to killings coming after the statements.
I see. Well, the judges of the pretrial chamber did make it clear, Attorney, that the threshold here isn't to prove guilt or to decide on the innocence of the accused. What they're doing here is just to determine the sufficiency of the grounds if this can indeed continue to a full-blown trial. But as you mentioned, we heard the prosecution leaning heavily on the public pronouncements made by the president. But aside from that, they also relied on the insider testimonies. The witnesses, the names of witnesses were not revealed just yet, but they already talked about how the alleged Davao Death Squad was formed. They described what happened in the meetings, guns were being handed out, and Mr. Duterte was giving instructions. From a legal standpoint, how powerful is that kind of testimony here at this stage?
Well, there are 3 counts being presented here. They begin in Davao, then you have the high-value targets operation, and finally the barangay implementation of the double barrel campaign. And these 3 things are not are wholly related, they're integrated. So the prosecutor is showing a pattern of conduct that started in Davao, and when Duterte became president, the same pattern was actually expanded and implemented on a nationwide level. So you can see that here the prosecutor is trying to show that what the commentaries on the Rome Statute say is the need for robust prima facie evidence, which translates to substantive evidence showing that the accused committed the crime and should be brought to trial, right? In fact, that mirrors right now almost mirrors the standard we have in the DOJ, because they shifted to prima facie evidence as well, no? So there are other commentaries that say that it's equivalent to preponderance of evidence, that there is a strong indicia of guilt. But it's not quite the same as guilt beyond reasonable doubt when you go to trial. So looking at the presentation so far from this first day to the second day, systematic, and there's really an effort on the part of the prosecutor to connect policy made by the president, as written also in a memorandum issued by the PNP on Upland Double Barrel, and how these orders, this systematic policy, how these were implemented on a nationwide level.
And in detailing how this Upland Double Barrel worked, we saw Attorney Edward Jeremy there zeroing in on the word neutralize. He said this appeared in the guidelines for implementation distributed to high-level authorities, even signed by then PNP Chief Bato de la Rosa. How crucial is it for the prosecution, Attorney, to define and contextualize what neutralize means during the Duterte drug war?
Well, it's important, a point made by the prosecutor, that there is no equivocation in the meaning of the term neutralize. It means kill, kill, kill. And prosecutor was able to show repeatedly in different contexts the president making no mistake that what he meant, what that policy meant, what that word neutralize meant is actually to kill drug suspects.
Yes, and then you also have Attorney Jeremy showing the PRRD lists. Lots of names, faces included there. Then President Duterte did this early in his presidency. He attacked them. He publicly announced individuals who he said are allegedly involved in drugs, and eventually some of them even ended up dead. But is that enough to establish sufficient grounds, attorney, to prove that Mr. Duterte was criminally responsible for that?
Well, this was the second thing that I pointed out earlier, what the use of representative incidents versus totality of conduct. Right. So right now we're not yet on trial, but this is a crime against humanity prosecution, and the practice of the ICC really is just to look at representative incidents. So you saw there in the list the case of the mayor who was killed in the in jail, Kian de los Santos, a few others in the Davao incidents. Right, these are what we call iconic cases, and the point really for the prosecution is to show that these cases indicate how the policy was implemented, and that the policy really meant to have a systematic and widespread attack targeting civilians.
Well, speaking of a systematic attack, Attorney Jeremy also laid out what happened during Oplan Tokhang, which was targeted at the poor because they're allegedly the ones who don't have the means to file any complaint. And what appeared multiple times, he said in police reports, was the word nanlaban to justify why authorities, law enforcement, shot alleged suspects in an act of self-defense. Is that enough? The reports using the word repeatedly, nanlaban, is that enough to establish systematic attack under crimes against humanity?
You know, when I was active in human rights litigation, I was also involved in some way in the investigations on the killings, and you see that repeated all the time. It's the same script. In fact, the way the police reports are written, they tend to sound the same, even if the events happened in different parts of Metro Manila. And then in the presentation, there was the prosecutor zeroed in on a one-time victim operation in Bulacan, 32 people dead. And the president exalting and praising the police for doing that and saying that we need more. If we can only have 32 more people dead on a daily basis, then perhaps we will be happy. We will be able to meet our goal of ridding the Philippines of drug addicts. No? And that just on a 24-hour period, you have 32 victims killed in a one-time victim operation. That to me is a clear instance of a systematic and widespread attack targeting civilians, and that in itself, just that one representative incident showing that you have a multiplicity of victims being killed by police in just one operation.
So based on what the prosecution has presented so far, they still have the entire day to submit more on the merits. Do you think they're already meeting that threshold of the chamber for sufficient grounds to believe that Mr. Duterte committed the charges against him?
Well, I think that even looking at the presentation so far, so you have the Davao incidents, then you have the Albuera-related incident, and then that is expanded to Metro Manila. You can see that the prosecutor has been able to lay down the connection. There's a policy. Aside from the pronouncements of the president, you have a written policy issued by the PNP with the word neutralize, calling for the neutralization of suspects. The president saying that, I will answer for whatever acts you commit. I will even give you pardon for as long as I'm president. And then all the incidences, examples, the representative examples. I think that the prosecutor has met here, at least on this level already, the substantive requirement. But we will hear more about that. We have a wealth of jurisprudence in international law on pronouncements, and in fact, in one case, this is from Rwanda. You have a priest who had a regular radio broadcast, and there was a genocide in Rwanda. You probably seen that illustrated in the movie Hotel Rwanda, where you have 600,000 people killed by just by machetes over a 2 or 3 month period, and this priest was inciting people to kill people called cockroaches. This is just one incident, and he was actually convicted for that. But in the case of Duterte, he's alleged to have made all these well-documented incitements as president. No, we also have our own case in the Philippines, the case of Chavez versus Gonzalez, where the Supreme Court said even if there's no written order or a memorandum, a threat issued during a press conference by a high official is an official speech act. And that can be considered a threat already. In the case of Duterte, all those 6 years was a lot of documentary, digital, televised evidence of all the statements in which the president actually actively called for killing of civilians.
Well, this is just the pre-trial stage, but we're already seeing quite strong arguments from the prosecution. So if this does proceed to trial, attorney, do you foresee even more compelling and deeply damaging evidence from the prosecution to prove that Duterte did indeed commit these crimes against humanity?
In the confirmation of charges, there is no witness sitting on the witness stand. Right? It's really just the arguments from the prosecutors and the defense, and they will refer to the documentary and what relevant evidence presented to court, submitted to court by both sides. Right? But on trial, you will have live testimonies of witnesses, including the so-called insider witnesses. These are people who were actively participating at some point in the campaign with the president, who decided to turn with state or witness for the ICC, and plus of course the survivors of Tokang. I understand there's at least one case of a survivor of Tokang who might be placed on the witness stand. So all the drama, actually the live drama, will be seen and heard and witnessed during the trial phase of this case.
Well, we're going to hit pause first on this discussion. We're going to have you back later, attorney, to discuss more on the defense's strategy this time. But for now, thank you very much for joining us. And we're going to be giving you more updates when we return. This is the Duterte sa ICC confirmation of charges, a special coverage on One News. Welcome back. You're still watching Duterte sa ICC Confirmation of Charges hearing, a special coverage. The Duterte family has lost hope that their patriarch will still be able to come home to Davao City. And to give us more details, we have News 5 Mindanao correspondent Bril Montalvo. Good evening, Bril. So, bakit nasabi ni VP Sara na hindi na sila umaasang makakauwi pa si dating Pangulong Duterte?
Pauline, kung maalala natin nung mga nakaraang interview natin kay Vice President Sara Duterte, kaya niya nasabi na hindi na umano sila umaasa na makakauwi pa dito nga sa Pilipinas, particular sa Davao City, ang kanilang amang si dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte, kasi nga sunod-sunod itong mga pag-decline ng ICC sa mga request nga ng kampo ni dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. At nung pumunta nga sa Dahig, ito nga si Vice President Sara Duterte ay nasabi niya na wag na umanong maniwala dito nga sa International Criminal Court. At kahapon, sa unang araw ng confirmation of charges ng kanyang amang si dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte, ay hindi nanood ito ngang si Vice President Sara Duterte ng hearing kasi nga abala siya sa kanyang mga private meetings kahapon. At ngayon din ay nandito siya sa Iligan City kaninang umaga para mamahagi ng tulong doon nga sa mga nasalita noong nakaraang hagupita ni Bagyong Basyang dito nga sa Northern Mindanao, particular dito sa Iligan City. Ang kanyang opisina ay namahagi ng mga gamit pambahay, mga hygiene kit at ito ngang mga food packs. At sabi ni VP Sara ay baka hindi na din siya makapanood mamaya ng second day ng confirmation of charges sa hearing ng kanyang amang si dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte, kasi nga pumunta siya kanina after her event dito nga sa Iligan City, ay pumunta na naman siya doon sa Surigao del Sur para mamahagi na naman ng tulong dito nga sa mga nasalanta ng Bagyong Basyang dito sa Mindanao. Pauline.
So Bril, ang sinabi daw ng Vice Presidente, wala na daw siyang feelings or reaction dun sa hearing na nagaganap ngayon sa ICC. Ang gusto daw ni VP Sara ay makita sana personally ang kanyang ama doon sa ICC detention facility. So after ba ng confirmation of charges hearing, may plano ba ang magkakapatid na Duterte na bisitahin si former President sa Netherlands?
Tama ka nga dyan, Pulino. Natanong nga natin yan kanina kay Vice President Sara Duterte kung sino nga ang nandoon ngayon sa Dahig, Netherlands para magbantay or magbisita nga dito kay dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. At sa ngayon nga ay bawal pa ang face-to-face na pagbisita kay dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte sa loob nga ng ICC habang gumugulo nga itong confirmation of charges sa hearing sa kanyang kaso, itong crimes against humanity. At ayon kay Vice President Sara Duterte, wala pa siyang schedule na sa kanyang nakatakdang pagbalik doon nga sa Dahig. At sabi niya, ang next umano na pupunta doon sa Dahig, kasi rotation silang magkapatid at magkakapamilya. Ang next na pupunta doon sa Dahig para bibisita sa kanilang ama ay si Davao City Mayor Duterte. Pauline.
Okay, Bril, may naging payo daw si VP Sara doon sa mga naipangalang indirect co-perpetrator sa ICC na sina Senator Bongo at Senator Bato de la Rosa. Ano ba yung advice ni VP Sara?
Tama ka nga dyan, Pulino. Hindi na umano nagtaka ito ngang si Vice President Sara Duterte na ma-mention or madawit kahapon sa ito nga confirmation of charges ni dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte sa ICC. Ito nga kanilang mga kaalyado na si Senator Bato de la Rosa at ito nga si Senator Bongo. At may if ever na madawi talaga sila at may warrant umano na lalabas against the two senators, ang payo ni VP Sara ay maghanap sila ng international lawyer at ito nga magaling na ICC lawyer, may alam sa international law para ma-advisean sila kung ano yung tama nilang gagawin. Pauline.
Okay, Bril, so kamusta naman ang sitwasyon dyan sa Davao City? Kahapon, tahimik, walang mga watch party. Ganun pa rin ba today?
Yes, Pauline, tama ka nga dyan. Nasa ating pag-monitor nga, although nandito tayo ngayon sa Iligan City, na minomonitor din natin na doon sa Davao City kung ano yung mga ganap sa kasagsagan ng confirmation of charges nga nitong si dating Pangulo nga Rodrigo Duterte, especially na hinihintay na siya ng mga Davaoenyo na makabalik doon sa Davao City. Sa ngayon ay walang mga activity, walang mga programs, mapa pro-Duterte man, mapa anti-Duterte na nangyari doon sa Davao City. Pauline.
Ang ang pamilya ni former President Duterte, ang kanyang common law wife na si Hanilet, would you know, Bril, kung nasaan? Pati na rin ang kanyang anak na si Kitty?
Ayon nga sa ating source sa Pauline, ito nga mag-ina na si Kitty at Hanilet ay nandoon lang sila sa Davao City, pero wala tayong eksakto impormasyon na kung anong ginagawa nila doon or saan sila mismo or eksakto doon nga sa Davao City. Pauline.
Okay, maraming salamat para sa report na yan. That was News 5's Mindanao correspondent, Bril Montalvo. Okay, so as mentioned, we are still in the midst of a 30-minute break of the ICC in day 2 of the confirmation of charges hearing of former President Duterte. When they resume, the prosecution is still expected to deliver their submission on the merits. Earlier today, we already saw Attorney Edward Jeremy delivering strong statements, strong arguments, detailing how the Oplan double barrel worked. He played clips once again of the public pronouncements of the former president and cited some of the testimonies of the witnesses to prove that this indeed happened during the Duterte drug war. So again, this is just a pre-trial stage before the ICC, and the threshold here for the judges, for the 3 judges, is just sufficiency in sufficiency in grounds to believe that Mr. Duterte here did commit the crimes against humanity and the charges that he is facing. They're expected to return by 7 p.m. Philippine time. Again, there is a 30-minute delay between The Hague here and Manila. So we are still closely following this. Later on, the common legal representatives of the victims will also be presenting their arguments and submissions on the merits. Yesterday, we just witnessed them delivering their opening statements. All right, so this just in as well. It seems the camp of former President Rodrigo Duterte has now submitted the request to waive the right of the former president to attend his upcoming annual review of detention, which is scheduled after the hearing, but will also take place on Friday. It says here that my counsel has explained to me the legal consequences emanating from such a waiver, and I trust him and my ICC legal team to represent me faithfully. That's what was indicated in the waiver signed by the former president and submitted to the court by his defense team. Mr. Duterte further added that he does not wish to follow the hearing from outside the courtroom through the use of communications technology. So again, the review of Mr. Duterte's detention is mandatory. That will take place a year since he was detained at the ICC following his arrest here in March 12, 2025. Okay, but at this point, let's get back to an interesting part of yesterday's hearing, where defense lawyer Nicholas Kaufman has blamed the media for what he described as the negative global perception of former President Rodrigo Duterte. And argued that reports focused on what he called salacious content while ignoring the broader context of Duterte's remarks and policies during the war on drugs. The defense claims this narrative contributed to Duterte's arrest and prosecution in The Hague.
It starts with the media, controlled by the powerful and the politically influential. With a sensational headline and a twisted editorial slant, the moguls sell their papers while promoting the partisan agenda of their backers in power. They highlight the salacious content while ignoring the true context.
Well, in response, the National Union of Journalists of the Philippines, or NUJP, described Kaufman's statement as unfair. NUJP Chairman Jonathan De Santos admitted that some headlines are indeed shocking and sensational, but he insisted that not all evidence of the prosecution are limited to headlines, captions, and news reports.
It really is sensational na may mga pinapatay na supposed drug personalities without trial, without benefit of formal charges. No, I don't think anyone ever said na labas ito sa konteksto ng war on drugs. May isa pang pinoint out kahapon na supposedly yung photographs daw were crafted, no?
Yes.
Napakalaking insulto rin nun to our photojournalists, no? Syempre, it speaks to their skill na striking yung photos nila. But they're bound by very strict ethical guidelines din, no? Ang unfair to be saying that, no? Ang actual scandal dito or actual dapat na kumbaga kinakatakutan natin dito or kinakagulat natin dito ay mga pinatay, hindi yung supposed slant.
Right, and now let's tune back into the second day of Duterte's confirmation of charges hearing at the ICC.
Criminality. The Rome Statute crimes alleged in this case formed part of that attack. Second, the attack was widespread and systematic. And third, the attack was carried out pursuant to or in furtherance of a state or organisational policy. This policy was to neutralise alleged criminals in the Philippines through violent crimes, including murder. The evidence establishing the contextual elements are set out in paragraphs 71 to 86 of our pre-confirmation brief. In relation to the requirement of an attack, our case is that from at least the 1st of November 2011 to the 16th of March 2019, the Davao Death Squad, or DDS, and/or the National Network carried out an attack which targeted civilians alleged to be criminals. Your Honours have heard from my colleagues how from 2011 until 2016, the attack was concentrated in Davao City. Then, in 2016, when Mr. Duterte became president, he and his co-perpetrators expanded the attack nationwide. They used the national network to do this, which, as Mr. Jeremy has explained, was comprised of state actors, such as law enforcement personnel, as well as non-police assets and hitmen. Your Honours, the locations of the murders contained in counts 1 to 3 of our document containing the charges are indicated on the map on your screens. They include 76 murders, which themselves satisfy the threshold of multiple acts making up a course of conduct. However, as Mr. Nichols has noted, the crimes in count 1 to 3 are representative and emblematic of a larger killing campaign. And the prosecution relies on a range of evidence to establish that the attack was made up of thousands of killings and other violent crimes under Article 7.1. This evidence includes datasets and the statements of documentation actors, the evidence of insider witnesses, expert analysis, and the admissions of Philippine state agencies in their public reporting. I will take your honours through some of this evidence now. During Mr. Duterte's mayoral period, hundreds of civilians alleged to be criminals were killed in Davao City. On your screens is a chart with data on extrajudicial killings in Davao based on public reporting. The data is recorded at tab 116. It shows that between 2012 and 2015, there are at least 274 extrajudicial killings in Davao City. This data is corroborated by DDS insider witnesses. Several DDS witnesses say that they each killed hundreds of alleged criminals while with the DDS. Your Honours can see on this slide quotes from one DDS witness. They estimate that, I quote, between 1,500 and 2,000 people, end quote, are buried at Laoud Quarry. The quarry was only one of several places that the DDS dumped bodies in and around Davao. That's at tab 37. This witness said that they personally killed hundreds of people. They described their job as the DDS as being, quote, just to kill small criminals, petty criminals. Out of the almost 300 people that I have killed, I never actually got to kill a drug lord, end quote. That's at tab 34. This witness's words make it clear that the target of the attack was people alleged to be criminals in Davao. Your Honours, another DDS witness who also killed hundreds of people said that the DDS targeted, I quote, suspected criminals in Davao City, including shabu users and pushers, end quote. That's at tab 58. Your Honours, as you have heard previously, Mr Duterte has himself publicly admitted that he killed around 1,700 people while he was mayor of Davao City. I quote, they say I killed 700, they undercounted, around 1,700, end quote. That's at tabs 10, 10.1, 10.2. This evidence, the data collected by independent organisations, the statements of insiders on the hundreds of people that they have each killed, and Mr Duterte's own admission of having killed 1,700 people while mayor of Davao, all show that the attack was widespread in the mayoral period. And the attack continued to be widespread after Mr Duterte became president, when it expanded across the country. The victimisation expanded, with the hundreds killed during the mayoral period becoming thousands in the presidential period. Your Honours can see a map of the Philippines on the slide. The colours which will emerge show the locations and density of the killings in the anti-illegal drug campaign. Purple dots indicate an area with 1 to 10 killings, while yellow indicates 500 killings. This is how the killings progressed throughout the presidential period. Your Honours, this map is based on data collected by an independent organisation which recorded at least 5,823 anti-drug killings during the presidential period. This data is recorded at tab 104. The data shows that the attack during the presidential period was widespread. As Your Honours can see from the map, it occurred across the country. It occurred over multiple years, and thousands of civilians were killed. Mr Duterte's administration effectively admitted to the large volume of the attack. They admitted that thousands of individuals were killed in anti-drug operations while Mr Duterte was president. For example, in the Duterte administration's 2017 year-end report, which you can see on your screens, the administration admitted that 3,967 drug personalities died in anti-drug operations in the first year and a half of Mr Duterte's presidency. That's at tab 106. Similarly, the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency, or PDEA, admitted that 5,281 drug personalities died in anti-drug operations in the first 2.5 years of Mr Duterte's presidency. This is at tab 98. These admissions corroborate the widespread nature of the attack. They show that thousands of individuals were killed. Your Honours, in addition to being widespread, the attack was also systematic from its origins and throughout the charge period. The features of DDS operations demonstrate this systematicity during the mayoral period. And these features can be found in our brief at paragraphs 35 to 36 and 88 to 98. Insider witnesses described how time and time again, killing operations followed the system set out on the screen. the same hierarchical structure was followed. As Mr. Nichols explained, the orders flowed from Mr. Duterte at the top, through a combination of other co-perpetrators, to the handler of the relevant DDS team, and finally to the physical perpetrators at the bottom. The DDS teams composed of police and non-police assets and hitmen who carried out the killings. The features of the killings were also often markedly similar. The identity or whereabouts of the victim was provided to the DDS by an informant. The perpetrators would frequently arrive to or flee the crime scene by motorcycle. They shot or stabbed their victims at close range. The victims were targeted on the basis that they were alleged to be drug users, pushers, or other criminals. And the DDS received a sum of reward money for each kill. When the attack expanded during the presidential period, it continued to be systematic because it remained highly organised, planned, and coordinated. Similar systems to the one I've just described in Davao were deployed during Mr. Duterte's presidency to implement the killings. Your Honours can see some of those features listed on your screens. As in Davao, victims were targeted on the basis that they were alleged to be drug users, pushers, or other criminals. The process for killing the targets was often markedly similar. First, the victims were identified by state actors as targets and listed. As Mr. Jeremy has outlined, high-value targets were often listed on the PRRD list. The targets of barangay clearance operations were often listed on local drug lists, such as local police station lists. Second, targets were killed in the context of so-called law enforcement operations. Police often tried to legitimise the operations, so they would stage a nan-laban or fight-back scenario to make them to appear to have been in self-defence. They would also plant evidence, such as drugs and guns, on the victims' bodies. And third, as in Davao, police and those working with them were often paid reward money per kill. Your Honours, these killings were not random or coincidental. Quite the opposite. Targets were pre-identified, listed, and then subject to operations based on that list. This clearly demonstrates the systematicity of the attack. Your Honours, the last point I would like to make about the attack relates to the evidence of an expert witness who specialises in political violence in the Philippines. This expert analysed data relating to armed encounters between the PNP and supposedly armed suspects. He compared data from before Mr. Duterte's presidency to during. And based on this comparison, he found that in the first 25 months of Mr. Duterte's presidency, the number of suspects killed by police increased by 590% across the Philippines. And that finding is at tab 68. Your Honours have heard Mr. Jeremy speak about Bulacan, a province immediately north of Metro Manila, where Mr. Duterte praised the killing of 32 civilians in police operations in 24 hours. The expert witness found that in Bulacan, police killings rose by 1,600% when Mr. Duterte became president, and that's at tab 121. The expert also compared data on Bulacan Police's use of deadly force to other countries and cities across the world. He used the metric of police killings per 100,000 population. The chart on your screens shows this comparison, which is at tab 121 again. The data on Bulacan is orange, while other countries and cities are blue. The orange bar on the left shows police use of deadly force in Bulacan before Mr. Duterte became president. You can see that with a fatality rate of over 1, it was already comparatively high. The orange bar on the right shows the dramatic increase in killings in Bulacan by police after Mr. Duterte became president. The expert concluded that, quote, "The only plausible explanation for such an extreme ratio is a widespread policy of extrajudicial executions." End quote. That's also tab 121. Your Honours, this leads us to the policy requirement for crimes against humanity in Article 7. Your Honours, the attack in this case was carried out pursuant to a policy to neutralise alleged criminals through violent crimes, including murder. The policy was also known as the Davao Formula or Model. Your Honours have heard about the origins of the policy in Davao City and how it was implemented by the local executive government. Mr. Nichols explained how Mr. Duterte, when Mayor of Davao City, established the Davao Death Squad to carry out the policy and kill criminals. The evidence establishing the state or organisational policy in this case is set out at paragraphs 77 to 84 of our brief. As the policy and the common plan were both to neutralise alleged criminals via violent crimes, there is some overlap between the evidence on each. I will set out some of that evidence now while discussing the policy, and then some later while discussing the common plan. The evidence includes Mr. Duterte's many public statements and speeches outlining the policy. It also includes the Command Memorandum Circular, which Mr. Jeremy mentioned earlier, witness accounts, speeches and statements by other co-perpetrators, the high level of coordination between state actors. Sorry, Your Honours. I will start with Mr. Duterte's own speeches. Your Honours, Mr. Duterte made no secret of the policy, as is shown by the references in our brief to his many speeches outlining the policy. He made these speeches as Mayor of Davao, as a presidential candidate, and then as President of the Philippines. One example of a speech that Mr. Duterte made as Mayor was at a meeting on peace and order in Davao in October 2015. That is tab 13. Thank you.
48 hours yung mga nagdi-distribute ng droga sa Boulevard. Giving you 48 hours. Pag nakita ko kayo, papatayin ko kayo dito.
These are Mr. Duterte's own words. I quote, "I will kill you. That's the only formula that worked in my city." End quote. That is tab 133.
Prangka-prangkahan talaga. I will kill you. Kayong na mayor ako ngayon, presidente, yun din ang, that's the only formula that worked in my city.
Your Honours will recall that yesterday, Mr. Nichols played a series of Mr. Duterte's presidential campaign speeches. I want to take a moment to reflect on some of the key features of those speeches, which are at tabs 8, 12 and 14. First, Mr. Duterte frequently said that if elected as president, he would stop drugs and crime in the Philippines in 3 to 6 months. He frequently referenced his experience in Davao, where he admitted that he had killed criminals. He said that if elected, he would order the military and police to do the same nationwide. and he expressly stated that this would entail killing. Your Honours, Mr Duterte's speeches make it clear that there was a policy to neutralise alleged criminals by violent means, including murder. And Mr Duterte was not the only member of the Common Plan who disseminated the policy through public speeches and statements. In this video at tab 9, co-perpetrator Mr De La Rosa addresses a crowd of self-confessed drug addicts in Bacolod City and urges them to kill drug lords and burn their houses.
But on Thursday, National Police Chief Ronald De La Rosa's rhetorics were far from toned down, as he told hundreds of self-confessed drug users and pushers in Bacolod City to kill drug lords.
Mr De La Rosa made this speech on the 25th of August 2016. At the time, he was the chief of the Philippine National Police. Your Honours, the existence of the policy is also shown by the police directive which Mr Jeremy spoke about earlier, Command Memorandum Circular number 16 of 2016. This is at tab 112. As Your Honours have heard, the day after Mr Duterte became president, he appointed his longtime friend and colleague from Davao, his co-perpetrator, Mr Ronald De La Rosa, as chief of the Philippine National Police. On the same day, Mr De La Rosa formalised the anti-drugs component of the policy by issuing this directive to the 180,000 police officers under his command. The circular directed police to pursue the neutralisation of illegal drug personalities. As Mr Jeremy has outlined, the evidence shows that within law enforcement, neutralise meant and was understood as meaning to kill. Your Honours, the Command Memorandum Circular shows there was a policy to neutralise through violent crimes such as murder. I will now turn to part 2 of my presentation on Mr Duterte's individual criminal responsibility. The prosecution's evidence on this is set out at paragraphs 5 to 70 of our brief. The prosecution alleges that Mr Duterte indirectly co-perpetrated the crimes, ordered and/or induced the crimes, and/or aided and abetted the crimes. Today, in the interest of time, I will focus on indirect co-perpetration, and we rely on our brief for the other modes of liability. Your Honours, Mr Duterte is an indirect co-perpetrator of the alleged crimes because: first, he agreed to a common plan to neutralise alleged criminals. Second, he and his fellow co-perpetrators jointly controlled a structure of power, namely the Davao Death Squad and the National Network, which they used to pursue the common plan. Third, Mr Duterte made an essential contribution to the crimes within the framework of the common plan. And fourth, he did this with the requisite intent. Your Honours can see on your screens an excerpt from paragraph 4 of our document containing the charges. This sets out the scope of the common plan. The plan was to neutralise alleged criminals in the Philippines, including those perceived or alleged to be associated with drug use, sale or production through violent crimes, including murder. As Mr Nichols has explained, Mr Duterte and his co-perpetrators agreed to this plan in Davao City. Photos of the co-perpetrators in Davao City are displayed on your screens. They're a combination of trusted police officers, an individual from Mr. Duterte's mayoral office, an officer from the National Bureau of Investigation in Davao Region, and a lawyer who acted on behalf of certain members of the Davao Death Squad. In 2016, when Mr. Duterte became president, the members of the Common Plan remained largely the same. They were joined by a further two individuals, a senior police officer and a long-time colleague of the group from Davao City, who had worked with the DDS before the jurisdictional period. I will take your honours through some of the evidence which shows both the scope of the Common Plan and the co-perpetrators' agreement to it. In the interest of time, I will address some co-perpetrators and we rely on our brief for the rest. That's at paragraphs 9 to 23 of our brief. On your screens is a photograph of Mr. Ronald De La Rosa. When Mr. De La Rosa was Davao City Police Chief, he developed Tokhang operations. As your honours have heard from Mr. Jeremy, Tokhang was a blueprint for police to implement killings later in the presidential period. When he was announced as Mr. Duterte's chosen PMP chief in May 2016, Mr. De La Rosa gave this interview, which is at tab 101. It shows that he wholeheartedly agreed to the Common Plan.
Patayan sa drugs. Patayan talaga ito sa drugs. Kaya kayong mga drug lord dyan, humanda na kayo at talagang sasagasaan ko kayo.
On this slide is a photo of Isidro La Peña. Like Mr. De La Rosa, Mr. La Peña was well known to Mr. Duterte because he too had worked as Davao City Police Chief. In his case, from 1996 until 1998. In 2016, Mr. Duterte appointed Mr. La Peña as Director General of the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency, or PDEA. PDEA is the lead anti-drug enforcement agency in the Philippines. 2 days after Mr. La Peña took his oath, he gave a speech to his PDEA subordinates. There is an excerpt from that speech on the slide. Quote, "Under then Mayor, we implemented strict law enforcement against illegal drug activities in Davao City. The President wants to replicate and expand what is being done in Davao. And that is precisely what I intend to do." End quote. That's tab 101. Also like Mr. De La Rosa, Vicente Danao was Davao City Police Chief during the mayoral period, in his case from 2013 to 2016. In November 2018, he was appointed Police Chief of Manila Police District, and he told reporters, quote, "If I discover anyone involved in drugs, especially those who distribute or just throw them around, son of a bitch, I will go after you, goddamn. I will kill you. Blatantly, I am saying that. Sons of bitches." End quote. That's tab 96. When Mr. Duterte became president, he appointed Vitaliano Aguirre II as Secretary of Justice. Mr. Aguirre has also publicly acknowledged the Common Plan and his agreement to it as a member of Mr. Duterte's administration.
Well, which do you want? We build first, we build the prison facilities first, or do we go against these people? Choose. If you're in the Philippines, we will choose to kill these drug lords.
Quote, "In the Philippines, we will choose to kill these drug lords." End quote. That's tab 125. Your Honours, these speeches of co-perpetrators show both the scope of the Common Plan and those co-perpetrators' agreement to it. Your Honours, the next element of indirect co-perpetration is control of a structure of power. In the mayoral period, Mr Duterte and his co-perpetrators controlled the DDS, which they used to pursue the common plan. There is a diagram of the DDS hierarchy on your screens. As the mayor of Davao City, Mr Duterte sat at the apex of the formal and city structures. The law gave him formal operational, supervision and control over the police in Davao City. In addition to this de jure power, insider witnesses spoke about his de facto power over police and the DDS structure. Under Mr Duterte were a combination of co-perpetrators from the Davao City Police Office and the Mayor's Office. Together with Mr Duterte, they controlled the DDS teams beneath them. They controlled the will of the DDS perpetrators through a range of mechanisms. And these are set out in paragraph 38 of our brief and include threats to kill and actual killing. To illustrate this control, there are quotes from one witness on your screen. This witness said that when he was first told to kill, he did not want to. But, I quote, "I felt like I didn't have any other choice but to follow their orders. Duterte is the most powerful person in Davao City, and you had to do what he wanted. It wasn't possible not to not obey his command." End quote. This is tab 51. When Mr Duterte became president, the co-perpetrators continued to control a structure of power. One of the first things that Mr Duterte did with his new presidential powers was to appoint his co-perpetrators from Davao to national positions in government and law enforcement, which were key to the common plan. And after he appointed Mr De La Rosa as chief of the PMP, Mr De La Rosa used his new powers to move other police co-perpetrators into key policing roles. These new appointments expanded the geographic powers of the co-perpetrators and allowed them to create a larger network of individuals they controlled. Your Honours can see that structure of power on the chart on your screens. The co-perpetrators controlled the executive, they controlled the police, they controlled the Drug Enforcement Agency, the National Bureau of Investigation, and the Department of Justice. And they used this control to ensure that their subordinates carried out the plan to neutralise alleged criminals through violent crimes. For example, as PMP chief, Mr De La Rosa now controlled some 180,000 police officers, who, as you have heard, he directed to neutralise drug personalities. Mr La Peña now controlled 1,800 Philippine drug enforcement personnel. They used these subordinates as physical perpetrators to commit the crimes. Mr Aguirre, as Secretary of Justice, now had control of the National Prosecution Service. He used this control to ensure that, except for a handful of low-level perpetrators in notorious cases, the crimes were not prosecuted, and a climate of impunity prevailed. And the co-perpetrators controlled the will of the physical perpetrators. As in Davao City, low-level members of the national network risked losing their jobs or being killed if they did not comply. For example, Your Honours can see the evidence of a police insider on your screens. He said that if his boss did not kill enough people during police operations, he would lose his post and be replaced. I quote, "We were told that there should be 5 to 10 deaths per month. The regional director called him and told him that if there were no deaths or no recorded killings, then he would be relieved of his duty." End quote. That's tab 124. Now on your screens is the evidence of an individual who police suspected of involvement in drugs. He surrendered to police to avoid being killed. The police held his status as an alleged drug pusher against him and recruited him as an asset. They made him kill other civilians who were alleged to be involved with drugs. He said, quote, "I surrendered myself to them. I knew that they wanted to kill me, so I became an asset of theirs," end quote. That's at tab 22. Your Honours, I will now turn to the requirement of an essential contribution. Mr. Duterte made an essential contribution to the crimes within the framework of the Common Plan. And the prosecution has set out 10 of Mr. Duterte's contributions in our brief at paragraphs 44 to 58. Many of these have been discussed in the prosecution's presentations. For example, Mr. Nichols spoke about how Mr. Duterte designed and disseminated the policy in this case, which is point A on the slide. He also spoke about point B, how Mr. Duterte established and oversaw the DDS. I have just addressed point E, on the appointment of key personnel to positions which were crucial to the execution of the crimes. Mr. Jeremy has spoken about point J, how Mr. Duterte publicly named so-called high-value targets who were then killed. And all members of the prosecution have touched upon point H, Mr. Duterte's public statements authorising, condoning and encouraging killing. Your Honours, without Mr. Duterte's essential contribution, the crimes in this case would not have been committed, or they would have been committed in a significantly different way. We can see this in the evidence of low-level members of the Davao Death Squad and the National Network, who said that Mr. Duterte's conduct had a causal effect on their perpetration of the crimes. You can see on the screens, one low-level perpetrator during the mayoral period said, I quote, "I was confident to continue killing people because anyway, we wouldn't be arrested for that," end quote. That's tab 38. A low-level police perpetrator during the presidential period was asked about the impact Mr. Duterte's public speeches had on his team, including when deciding to kill someone. He responded, quote, "It did have an effect on me because it's like I was saying to myself, well, even the president, he himself is ready to do something like this, and who am I?" End quote. That's tab 142. A senior police officer during the presidential period was asked why his police unit started killing in July 2016. He responded, I quote, "Because of the directive of the president," end quote. That's tab 120. Your Honours, from everything you have heard over the past 2 days, there can be no doubt about Mr. Duterte's knowledge and intent. Mr. Duterte meant to engage in the conduct that has been charged in this case. He intended that the crimes would be committed, and he was aware that they would be committed as a result of implementing the Common Plan. Mr. Duterte knew about the fundamental features of the Davao Death Squad and the National Network that enabled the co-perpetrators to control the physical perpetrators. And he was aware of the factual circumstances that enabled the co-perpetrators to control the crimes. Mr. Duterte knew because he himself established the DDS to kill people. He repeatedly broadcast his intention to implement the Common Plan nationally if elected president. He made it clear that this would involve killing. Once he was president, he moved his trusted co-perpetrators from Davao into key national positions. And as the number of killings rose, Mr. Duterte persisted with the Common Plan. He praised the 32 killings in a one-time big-time operation in Bulacan. He publicly named so-called high-value targets. He promised to protect police. And as Your Honours have heard, Mr Duterte has admitted to many of these things. Your Honours, I will conclude my presentation by recalling two items. The first is Mr Duterte's presidential campaign promise that he would stop drugs and crime in the Philippines within 3 to 6 months. And the second is the spread of killings during the first 6 months of Mr Duterte's presidency.
I promise you, hindi naman believe yung ibang tao. Sabi ko, I would stop drugs and crime, criminality in 3 to 6 months.
That concludes the prosecution's submissions on the merits. Thank you, Your Honours.
Josh Motach. Thank you very much. Am I to understand that you have finished with the presentations on the merits?
Good afternoon, Madam President, Your Honors. Yes, that is correct.
You know that you still have some time, right?
Yes, but we've hopefully been efficient, and we have finished now. Thank you.
Now, I'll give the floor to the legal representatives of the victims for their submissions on the merits. You have the floor. Thank you, Madam President. Our presentation shall be in two parts. I will start with my presentation, and my colleague Andres will conclude later on. And just to be sure, I have 30 minutes. Is that correct? Answer correct. Thank you.
Madam President, Your Honours, we speak today on behalf of thousands of victims and surviving families who have suffered immeasurable harm under the so-called anti-drug campaign conducted during the administration of the suspect, former President Rodrigo Roa Duterte. We speak for families who cannot be here, mothers who buried their sons, children who lost their parents, the spouses who now raise families alone, and communities that have lived for years under fear and silence, and that continue to bear the consequences of violence that swept through their neighborhoods like a storm. These victims appear today before you not as mere statistics or distant figures or images in report as pictured yesterday by the defense, but as human beings whose rights under the Rome Statute have been violated in the most profound ways. These proceedings relate to what has been labeled the Duterte's war on drugs and Duterte's bloody war on drugs. However, the campaign, as I will refer to it during my presentation, was less about combating the drug trade itself and more about policing poverty and social inequality. As the evidence on the record unequivocally shows, individuals targeted by Mr. Duterte anti-drug operations overwhelmingly came from impoverished communities where social mobility is limited and opportunities are scarce. Drug use, particularly methamphetamine, locally known as shabu, is often more prevalent in such low-income settings where people may turn to substances as a coping mechanism for their harsh living conditions. In these communities, structural conditions, including the absence of adequate mental health services, limited access to quality education, scarce employment opportunities, and the chronic stress associated with poverty create an environment in which substance use is more likely to emerge. Therefore, patterns of drug use do not arise in a vacuum. They reflect deeper systemic inequalities and long-standing patterns of socio-economic marginalization. The campaign disproportionately affected the poor and marginalized, especially in urban informal settlements marked by high levels of poverty. Of war focused on eradicating drug dealers and users. It was the most vulnerable members of society, those with the least power and resources, were caught in the crossfire. A significant number of the ones killed had little or no criminal history and were often accused of minor drug-related conduct or perceived drug use by the authorities. These were people living in poverty, were treated as expendable by a system that failed to prioritize their protection and to address the structural conditions underlying their struggles. Rather than addressing the root causes of drug addiction, such as poverty, lack of education, unemployment, and inequality, the Duterte administration framed the issue as a criminal one, focusing on punitive enforcement over social responses. Mr. Duterte's response was a selective, violent crackdown of the most vulnerable, recasting conditions of marginalizations as grounds for criminal targeting, rather as manifestations of social injustice. Framed on its face as a campaign against illegal drugs, it in reality reflected broader social political dynamics, including the targeting of marginalized communities, the use of state violence, and the deflection of attention from deeper structural problems. Mr. Duterte is charged under Article 7(1)(a) of the Rome Statute with the crimes against humanity of murder and attempted murder allegedly committed between 1st November 2011 and 16 March 2019 in or around Davao City during the period in which he was mayor of the town, and across the Republic of the Philippines during his term as president of the country. The prosecution presented ample evidence showing that each of the contextual elements of crimes against humanity is satisfied at the required threshold for confirming the charges. During the period covered by the charges, the Davao Death Squad and the national network created by Mr. Duterte to commit the crimes carried out an attack against the civilian population within the meaning of Article 7(2)(a) of the statute, as reflected in a course of conduct involving the commission of multiple murders and attempted murders. The victims' accounts of events corroborate the prosecution evidence and show that the crimes they suffered were not spontaneous or isolated acts of violence, but rather a planned, directed, and organized attack against them. The attack was massive, carried out collectively with considerable seriousness, and directed against a multiplicity of civilians. The victims were all civilians. The repeated lethal operations were conducted in residential and other civilian settings. As already indicated, the victims largely came from marginalized communities, were suspected by the authorities of involvement in criminal, often drug-related activities, and together with their families, they were targeted in their homes and neighborhoods. The attack was widespread and systematic, and we refer, Your Honor, to Annex D and E of the prosecution pre-trial brief. The attack was widespread because of its large-scale nature and the number of victims. In this regard, the number of victims affected by the events within the charges is one of the most relevant factors to be taken into consideration for the purpose of determining under the chapeau of Article 7.1 of the statute whether the attack was widespread or systematic. The broad geographical spread of the victimization combined with a significant number of victims confirm the wide scope of the attack. As the prosecution has made clear yesterday and today, the instances of murders and attempted murders in the document containing the charges and in the pre-trial brief are simply illustrative of a much broader pattern of victimization. In fact, the actual scale of victimization extends well beyond the 49 incidents affecting 78 victims presented by the prosecution. The prosecution itself referred to thousands of civilians murdered. And we recall here the content of paragraph 73 of the prosecution pre-trial brief, as well as the remarks by Ms. Croft just 15-20 minutes ago. As reported by Human Rights Watch in a report published in 2022, since 2016, the Philippine police have admitted its involvement in the death of more than 6,200 people in drug raids across the country. In a 2020 report, the United Nations Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights reported 8,663 deaths occurred in the drug war. The Human Rights Commission of the Philippines and domestic human rights group report death tolls that are 2 to 3 times higher than the UN figure. The attack was also systematic, well-planned and well-executed, following a standard modus operandi. In many cases, it began with an individual receiving a visit or a phone call from an official from the local barangay, informing them that they were on a drug watch list drawn up by barangay officials and the police. In practice, these visits function less as warnings than as a means of confirming the identity and whereabouts of the intended target. As one victim reported, I quote, "A barangay official told my husband to surrender to the police because he was on the watch list as a drug user. He had given up drug use months earlier, so didn't go. 2 weeks later, 3 armed masked men wearing bulletproof vests arrived at our home in Manila and handcuffed him. I could hear my husband begging for his life from outside the room. We were crying, and the other armed men threatened to kill us as well. Moments later, my husband was shot dead." End of quote. Survivors, relatives, and neighbors consistently recount that armed men typically work in groups of 2, 4, or a dozen. They wore either police uniform or civilian clothes, often all black, with their face concealed by balaclava-style headgear, masks, baseball caps, or helmets. They carried handguns. As one victim explained, and I quote, "On 6 June 2017, at about 9:45 in the evening, I was at home with my husband, and our children were sleeping upstairs. 4 unidentified men wearing helmets and bonnets arrived at home looking for my husband. They broke down the front door. I started begging them to spare the life of my husband. The men pushed me away. My husband was shot in the chest and fell face down. While lying face down, he was shot 5 more times in the nape and head. The children woke up terrified because of the gunshots. End of quote. Attackers frequently travel by motorcycle, typically with 2 individuals on a single bike. Often a van, invariably white or black, and at times bearing markings associated with police vehicles was also present. They banged on doors and barged into rooms. The attackers did not identify themselves or provide warrants. Family members report hearing beatings and their loved ones begging for their lives. And I quote again from the recollection of one of the victims. 5 masked armed men broke into our house in Bulacan province where my father was playing cards. We could see him kneeling in a surrendering position. The men grabbed him and slammed him into a concrete wall several times. And then, just they throw him outside. We saw the shooting. We were just there. My father's face was bleeding from being hit, and he was begging them for mercy when he was shot. End of quote. Another victim explained, quote, my father collapsed to the floor but still tried to move, begging for his life. Yet the man continued shooting him. I couldn't count how many times I was so afraid. We also heard successive gunshots from outside. Later we found that also 2 of our neighbors were killed. End of quote. The shooting could happen immediately, behind closed doors or in the street, or the victims would be taken away by the gunman only for shots to be heard minutes later and the body to be discovered by local residents. At times, bodies were dumped elsewhere, sometimes with hands tied or heads wrapped in plastic. Relatives typically found them after being alerted by policemen or by the neighbors. A victim recalled, quote, 6 masked armed men broke into the house where a small group, including several teenagers, were watching television. The men arrested and beat 2 young boys they believed were drug suspects and then took them away on motorcycles. A half hour later, after hearing from a uniformed policeman, we, referring to the relatives, rushed to a nearby bridge to find their bodies, both with gunshot wounds to the head, their hands tied with cloth. The gunmen were still at the scene, while uniformed police cordoned off the area. Another victim recounted, quote, a week after his brother was killed, 10 police officers, some in civilian clothes, arrested my other son and took him to the local barangay office. That evening, masked armed men abducted him from the barangay office. Shortly afterwards, his body was found under a bridge a block away. When we found him, we saw that his entire head had been wrapped in packing tape and his hands had been tied behind his back. He had been shot execution style through the mouth. End of quote. And another one, quote, the body seemed like it was just thrown out. The nails were removed, one eyeball was missing, stuffed by cotton. End of quote. Relatives and witnesses often saw uniformed police in the immediate surroundings of the incident securing the perimeter. Special crime scene investigators typically arrived within minutes. In numerous cases, an unregistered 38 or 45 caliber gun and a packet of shabu were found placed beside the body. And instead of fleeing from the police, the gunman would mingle with them. As one of the victims described, I quote, "On 7 June 2018 in the morning, I was at home where I saw my son coming back from his work on the opposite side of the street. Suddenly, I saw 8 policemen, 3 in uniform and 3 in civilian clothes. 2 of them crossed the street. They took my son and banged his head against the wall. They accused him of selling shabu. He denied. He was then taken to the door of the house. He was shouting, 'Mama, help me!' I took a piece of wood and hit one policeman. Suddenly, one policeman pointed the gun against my son. He shot twice, at the head and at the chest. While in shock, I saw one police officer placing 4 packets of shabu and a gun around the body of my son." End of quote. The same account of another victim who simply recalled, "After the shooting of my son, who was only 19, uniformed police showed me his body in the house and a 45 caliber handgun next to his body. I told them that my son could not afford and did not possess a gun and therefore could not possibly have attempted to shoot at the police. I said he cannot even pay the rent. His sister paid the rent for him." End of quote. On occasions, victims were still alive when found by the relatives and taken to the hospital, where they later succumbed to their injuries. Survivors recount the terror and enduring feeling of still being hunted as follows, and I quote, "In September 2016, a police officer pretending to be a commuter boarded my tricycle. He asked me to pass by the police station. There, I was stopped by a group of men who turned to be police officers. I was taken to the precinct, beaten, and forced to reveal the identity of drug pushers. I didn't know. Later that evening, I was taken to a dark place and shot multiple times. Despite the injuries, I managed to escape and save my life. I still have the consequence of the injuries, and I feel deep sadness, anger, and fear of being caught again." End of quote. Another survivor explained, quote, "They killed my 4 friends kneeling and defenseless. I heard a barrage of gunshots, voices, and one officer saying, 'Let it be. Let's say they fought back and let's leave the evidence.' I lay next to one of my friends pretending to be dead. When the armed officer left, I crawled out of the room and headed towards the edge of a ravine. Holding my chest with one hand to stop the bleeding, I slid downwards and fell to the creek bed. I crossed it, climbed the hill on the other side, and walked toward the highway. There, I encountered someone I knew and desperately begged for help." End of quote. Although the charges concern only the crimes of murder and attempted murder, victims' accounts also reveal widespread acts of torture, ill treatment, and rape. Young people were particularly exposed to torture and cruel and inhuman treatments, including unlawful arrest. A number of victims participating in these proceedings were minor when they were attempted to be killed, and a number of victims participating in the proceedings recount the killing of their nephew, son, cousin, who was under 18 at the age of killing. And this morning, Mr. Jeremy provided the example of Kian de los Santos, who was 17 at the time of his killing. Reported forms of torture include beating, kicking, slapping, blows to the head, electrocution, and death threats. On several occasions, law enforcement officials used arrests, inclusion in the drug watch list, and drug-related accusations as a tool of coercion to perpetrate rape and other forms of sexual violence. In September 2018, a young boy was taken by the police and brought to the precinct. His mother recounted, I quote, "At the precinct, he was repeatedly coerced into confessing a crime he was accused of. If you don't admit, your life will be the price," they threatened him. When he refused to confess, he was beaten with a gun and electrocuted. On the night of 16 September 2018, between 9 and 10, I received a phone call from my cousin urging me to go in a certain location in Manila. What I saw was a nightmare. My son had been discarded like an animal, his lifeless body lying on the boulevard, abandoned like a fish by the roadside. I rushed to the scene, but I was blocked by the police. I was not even allowed to touch or embrace my son's body. Even in death, my son was not treated with dignity. It was like they just threw my son out like a pig. I finally found him at the funeral home where I had to pay to recover the body. I had nothing. I was bargaining as if I were buying fish. In the end, I paid approximately 45,000 pesos to take my son's body for burial. Now I wonder, will justice ever be served?
Excuse me, Counsel, you have 5 minutes left.
Official police reports of these incidents invariably invoked self-defense to justify the killings, despite eyewitness accounts that portray the killings as cold-blooded murders of unarmed individuals. To bolster their claims, the police routinely planted guns, spent ammunition, and drug packets beside the bodies. While these official accounts contrasted markedly with the ones provided by the relatives, they were notably consistent among themselves, typically characterized the incidents as by-bust anti-drug operation, differing little besides the names, places, and dates. The victim was invariably described as a dealer who attempted to sell to undercover officers conducting a buy-bust operation. Specialized local anti-drug units called Station Anti-Illegal Drug Special Operation Task Units were usually involved. According to the reports, the victim, after being put under arrest, often uncuffed, allegedly pulled out a weapon and sought to shoot the police. In every case, the victim was killed, and none of the arresting officers were armed. In most cases, the police reporting having found shabu on or near the victim's corpse, and sometimes a gun. Often, after the killing, the bodies of the victims were brought directly to the funeral parlors. Families then had to start their calvary to find the body of their loved ones, and they had to pay high fees to retrieve the bodies. R/50082/25 had to sell the house to be able to pay for her brother's funeral and burial. Sometimes the bodies were instead left on the street or thrown into the water in a plastic bag. I believe it's a good time to stop for the flow of the speech. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Merci beaucoup, Maître.
Thank you very much, Ms. Masida. The hearing is now suspended and we shall resume at 2 p.m. Thank you very much.
All right, and that concludes the second session of today's hearing, where the victims' representatives submitted their submissions on the merit. We saw Principal Counsel of the Independent Office of Public Counsel for the Victims, Attorney Paulina Masida, giving those arguments, and later on we're expected to hear more from a Filipino lawyer following Attorney Masida. So there she talked about the victims' accounts of events which corroborate the evidence of the prosecution. She talked about how all the victims were civilians and that the attack was massively carried out collectively. So she was very descriptive in narrating and telling the accounts of the victims. There were different accounts where unidentified men wearing bonnets would come to the houses of the victims, shoot down the alleged suspects, plant evidence, and again, this does tie back to the arguments that the prosecution is presenting before the chamber and before the judges. So we're now in the midst of a 90-minute break at the ICC. Later on, the victims' representatives are expected to continue with their submissions on the merits. Again, this is just day 2 of the confirmation of charges hearing. This is a pre-trial stage where the judges will be determining if there are sufficient grounds to believe that Mr. Duterte committed these crimes against humanity. But at this point, let's get back on the situation outside the ICC at The Hague. We're going to check in with our News 5 vigilante, Mac Ortiz, who is live on the ground. Mac, kamusta ng sitwasyon dyan?
Magandang gabi dyan sa inyo sa Pilipinas at magandang hapon dito sa amin sa Hague, sa Netherlands. Andito pa rin tayo ngayon sa labas ng ICC at second day ng confirmation ni former President Rodrigo Duterte at marami pa rin ang mga taga-suporta na nandito sa labas. Sa kasalukuyan ngayon ay kumakain sila at actually andito ulit ngayon si Attorney Salpanelo kumakain. Marami dito kanina nag-chant sila na bring Tatay Digong home at meron mga cops na nagsabi na bring Tatay Digong home at patuloy pa rin daw sila na dadami sa mga susunod na mga araw. Sa ngayon kung makita niyo sa akin, i-flip ko lang yung camera papakita ko si Attorney Sal. Ayan si Attorney Sal siya. Siya ngayon ay si Attorney Sal. Kumakain siya ngayon. Ayan. Ayoko mo disturbohin kasi kahapon dinisturbo ko si attorney habang kumakain. Ayan. Marami pa rin taga-supporter, si former president na nandito. Ayan.
Mac, kahapon dinuguan yung kinakain ni Attorney Sal. Ano na mga handa na ngayon ng supporters ng dating Pangulo?
Sa ngayon, ang kinakain ni Attorney Sal ay kanin, pakbet at chicken. Ayan. Chicken? Chicken.
Uy, correct ng attorney. Kasi pinapalo ko.
Try natin kung pwede natin makausap si Attorney Sal ngayon.
Sa statement.
Excuse me. Attorney, live po sa TV5, si Pauline po. Kumustahin lang po namin yung second day, yung hearing kanina po. Ano po yung masabi dun sa hearing po kanina?
Boring. I fell asleep every now and then. Kasi paulit-ulit lang naman yung sinasabi ng prosecution. Kung ano yung nabasa nyo sa dyaryo tungkol sa mga paninira kay Presidente Duterte, inuulit lang nila. Kaya makakatulog kami.
Doon po sa Pinaghana rin sa defense po sa Thursday po ata. May insights po ba tayo doon?
Wala, dahil kami naman nandito para mag-observe lang. So hindi namin alam kung ano gagawin namin. Depends.
Oo.
Pero since yesterday, maganda yung presentasyon ng defense. Bawat banat ng kabila, nasasagot. Maliwanag naman na isasagot ang gusto. Maganda yung depensa. Kaya, ayamot lang yung mga paulit-ulit na kung ano yung nabasa mo na, narinig mo na, inuulit lang nila.
Nako, pasensya na kay Attorney Sal at nag-i-istorbo tayo. Pero Mac, patanong naman kung anong reaksyon ni Attorney Sal, kung ano yung reaksyon niya na nabanggit na yung pangalan kanina ni Senator Bato.
Attorney Sal, pinapatanong po ni Pauline kung ano daw yung reaksyon nyo dahil nabanggit daw po kanina yung pangalan ni Senator Bato de la Rosa.
Dati naman binabanggit ang pangalan ni Senator Bato eh. Alam po ninyo, yan nakaplano na lahat yan. So, they will be focusing on the former president and against also yung so-called nilang co-perpetrators. Pero ito namang wala akong katotohanan lahat yan. Talagang pinulitika lang. Tingnan nyo sabi ng administrasyon, kasi di ba pinapanatan ko palagi na walang jurisdiction ng ICC. Bakit nyo isinupo ng Presidente Duterte? Bakit hindi nyo dinidemanda yan? Matagal na kayong inahamon na i-demanda niya siya. Pero hindi nyo dinidemanda. Sabi nyo, 30,000 ang pinatay niya. O pinapatay. Bakit hindi siya hanggang ngayon, bago siya ma-arresto dito at dinala nyo ito, dahil bakit walang kasong inihain sa kanya? Ang sabi nila, kasi makapangyarihan siya. Noon yun. Kung totoo yung sinasabi nyo, dahil presidente siya, may immunity, hindi kayo may demanda. Pero 3 taon na kayo nakaupo. Bakit hindi nyo dinemanda? Sagot wala kaming ebidensya. Ano walang ebidensya? Sabi nyo, 30,000 ang pinatay. Tapos ang sabi ni Rimpulia, kasi wala ng police report, wala ng record, wala ng mga testigo. Wala. Kung totoo yung sinasabi nyo, bakit lilitisin sa International Criminal Court? Anong lilitisin doon kung walang ebidensya, may police report, walang testigo? May contradiction.
Okay. Okay, Pauline, wag papatapusin ko muna yung pagkakain ni ni attorney kasi kahapon dinistorbo ko. Pangalawang beses ko siya dinistorbo ngayon Thank you po, attorney. Salamat po.
Okay lang yan.
Okay, Pauline, yan muna latest dito sa labas ng International Court dito sa The Hague, Netherlands.
Oo. Naku, Mac, dumami ba yung bilang ngayon ng mga dumarayo dyan sa labas ng ICC sa ikalawang araw ng confirmation hearing?
Actually, kanina, mas marami pa rin kahapon. Pero nakausap natin yung ibang mga supporters, yung organizer, na kumbaga, yung iba mas marami daw bukas na pupunta doon sa tinagurang Duterte Street, doon kung saan nakadetain si former president. Pero marami pa rin sila ngayon dito. Actually, kung makita nyo sa inset ng video, meron silang mga merch. Yung cup, kung makita mo yung cup, bring him home. Tapos nag-chant sila dito kanina. Tapos meron din merong mga placards. Tapos meron din tayong nakita na parang ibang hindi Pilipino na may mga placards na nagsusuporta kay former president.
Mga hindi Pilipino, Mac? Ano daw sila? Bakit sila sumusuporta kay Duterte?
Yes, German siya. Nakita ko siya German national siya. Tapos meron siyang dalang placards. Actually, di ko lang nakunan kasi mag-start na yung live ko yun, kaya di ko lang siya nakunan
Oo. Baka asawa ng isa sa mga kababayan natin na nandyan, pero
yes, possible.
Sabi mo, Mac, bukas ba yung inaasahang mas darami yung bilang ng supporters? O
yes,
sa Thursday?
According sa nakausap nating organizer, doon sila bukas sa Duterte Street kung saan nakadetain at mas marami daw doon bukas na inaasahan sila.
Pero di ba bukas, Mac, naka-break muna ang mga hearing. So, does that mean may magtitipon na lang pa rin sila dyan sa ICC?
Yes. Tama ka dyan, Pauline, kasi prior pa, kahit walang hearing, meron na talaga nagtitipon-tipon doon sa Duterte Street. Hindi pa nag-start yung hearing. Parang everyday, meron na doon na mga supporters na nag-aabang. Parang to show their support kay Tatay Digong. Tapos may nakalagay na hindi ka nag-iisa, andito lang kami na sumusuporta. Yun ang nakita natin tayo na mag-start yung hearing dito sa ICC. Pauline.
Okay, doon naman sa kabilang panig, Mac, may nakausap ka ba mula sa mga pamilya ng biktima o yung mga anti-Duterte? Okay, it looks like we lost our connection there with News 5's Vigilante Mac Ortiz. He was giving us the latest from outside the International Criminal Court, where he noted that there is still a significant number of Duterte supporters there outside. He also gave us a glimpse of Attorney Sal Panelo, former presidential chief legal counsel. He was having and sharing a meal once again with the supporters during the break in the confirmation hearing. And Attorney Sal Panelo also talked about how he wants to argue the jurisdiction still of the ICC when it comes to the case of former President Rodrigo Duterte. Attorney Sal believes that there is a well-functioning justice system in the Philippines, and that means that the ICC should not try and charge any Filipino citizen. So we're going to get more updates later from News 5 Vigilante Mac Ortiz. But at this point, we're going to return to our discussion with our legal expert. We've got Attorney Romel Bagares still joining us this evening. All right, well, Attorney, we already heard this time the side of the common legal representatives of the victims. What did you make of what Attorney Paula Masida presented?
Well, earlier before her, we saw the presentation on the individual criminal liability of the alleged individual criminal liability of the former president, and so the prosecutors here sought to establish that there was a common plan, and that this was jointly implemented, and finally that there was actually the requisite intent of the part of the president. And I think personally, for me, for the first time, I saw for the first time, I came across the stark details of how this was done. For instance, I always thought that DOJ Secretary Vitelan Aguila, came into the picture much later. But from the presentation, we see that he was there from the beginning. Even when Duterte was still mayor, he was really part of this inner circle of the president, who, according to the prosecutors, drafted a plan to kill or petty criminals in Davao, or alleged drug users, drug pushers. And then this structure, which was crafted and implemented in Davao, was exported nationwide when Duterte became president. And according to the allegations of the prosecutors, the same people, these members of the inner circle of the president, were appointed to key positions: the PDEA, the NBI, the DOJ, the PNP. And no wonder, according to them, there was no investigation carried out against in all these killings, because the very people who control these agencies, they were into this common plan to actually neutralize alleged criminals and drug pushers and drug users. But in the end, you only have a few of these high-value targets. But most of the victims ended up, most of the victims were actually people in the lower ranks of society, those in the barangays, who were defenseless, who were powerless, who did not have the political influence to defend themselves. And so, that was I thought it was the heart of darkness there. But when the victims participation lawyer actually started also making an appeal on behalf of the victims, we were forced to dive into the inner recesses of this heart of darkness, because she spoke in greater detail about the individual cases, what was done to individuals, ordinary people, who bore the brunt of the the drug war launched by the Duterte administration. And we saw there an important point there about the president's key role, an outline there of 10 essential contributions of the president, from designing, from creating the DDS, all the way to appointing people in key positions of power, so that government was essentially, a huge section of the executive was essentially perverted or deployed for evil purposes, which was to carry out a nationwide campaign that killed thousands of people. And in that, from the perspective, the prosecutors were saying that Duterte is not inconsequential here. He was the very heart of things. Without Duterte, the drug war would not have been carried out the way it was carried out during the Duterte administration.
Yeah, I wanted to go back to the trial lawyer, Robin Croft, who did break down the numbers more. She took it a step further and detailed how the systematic features of the DDS operations took place according to the statements of their insiders. And she did zero in on Mr. Duterte being at the top of the chain of command here. But another point she made was the role of then PNP chief Bato de la Rosa. How important was her explanation of Senator Bato's role in the Duterte drug war?
Because he was also there from the beginning when the design for the DDS was created by Duterte. He was already there. He was the police chief in Davao. And then he was appointed to the PNP as the head of the PNP, who was the leader of 180,000 police officers, right? And you have that number of foot soldiers that you are now able to command to implement the Upland double barrel and Upland double barrel reloaded, and that essentially allowed Duterte to carry out a nationwide campaign of terror and death and murder, attempted murder. And later on, we heard from the victim's representative that there were also rapes, there were also tortures, there were illegal arrests, which were officially not part of the counts here. We only have murder and attempted murder, but we heard these additional details from the victim's counsel that's not part of the official counts of charges against the president and his alleged co-perpetrators.
And Attorney Robin there also played that clip of then PNP Chief Bato de la Rosa, where he gave this message to the self-proclaimed drug users and pushers, where he told them that he encouraged them to kill the drug lords if they could, right? Now, if you have two individuals, the former president and now a PNP chief, somewhat saying the same pronouncements, saying the same statements, does that lend credence now to the argument that there is intent, that the common plan is really there?
Yes, it actually goes into the causation, to the causality, to the link between the plan and the implementation of the plan. That it's the term neutralization, or to neutralize, is not an innocent term. No, it's actually a term that means unequivocally that people are going to be killed. That alleged drug pushers, drug users will be killed. And so it's not just Duterte saying this, but also I at one point in my life I was a police reporter, and in police reports, when you read across the term neutralize, it means that a criminal was killed in a police operation, and it's actually a common term used in police reports, at least during my time when I was in the late 1990s and early 2000s, and I was doing the police beat, the Western Police District, the NBI, and also the Philippine National Police Headquarters in Camp Crame. It's a common term used in police reports that some criminal was killed in a police operation.
But legally speaking, attorney, is a common use of a term acceptable? Let's say neutralize is commonly used as meant to kill, but in definition, it could mean something else.
Well, here in the context actually of the drug war, it was, the word neutralize here was meant to put across the term that it was perfectly legal killing, but when in fact the intent really of the Oakland double barrel is to just kill and kill and kill all suspects, all drug suspects, all drug pushers. That this is really going to be part of a bloodbath intended by the president. And in the presentation, it was shown that it was part of the president's campaign promise that there would be just going to be a bloodbath, and that if he becomes president, owning a funeral parlor, as we call it in the Philippines, is going to be big business, because he meant business, that he's going to carry out his campaign promise, that there's going to be bloodshed, that there's going to be people, that there will be people who will be killed, and a lot of them in the drug war that he's going to launch.
Attorney Robin actually didn't utilize her full time there. She wrapped up her argument, and that's why we heard the side of the victims immediately. And I noticed that what Attorney Masida did there was to really go after the emotional aspect of the implication, the aftermath of the drug war. She was very descriptive in recounting the accounts of the victims' families. As I mentioned, she did recount the story of when there were 4 unidentified men wearing bonnets coming to their house, breaking down the front door. She recounted how victims were pleading for their lives, begging for their lives. And this is not just one family, right? We're talking about hundreds, attorney. How important is it to lay the premise that way before the judges?
There really, in my notes, listed 3 things that presentation really hammered down for the judges. The first one is that the account she made emphasized the extent of victimization of ordinary citizens, not people in power, the rich people, but essentially the ordinary folks who don't have political influence and money to protect themselves. This was also meant to show that these incidents reflect broader harm. It's not just the people killed, but their families who suffered, children left without parents, wives left to fend for themselves because the breadwinner was killed in the drug war. It also supports the prosecution's argument that the non-exhaustive list of incidents presented so far this is actually representative of a larger attack context, meaning the systematic and widespread attack targeting civilians based on a state policy. So these 3 things are really laid or hammered down into the picture by the presentation of the Victims' Counsel.
And okay, now let's shift to the side of the prosecution, or the defense rather. They won't get a chance to counter-argue today. I think they're scheduled to do that by Thursday, or if there is still time, they might do that at the end of the night, at the end of the day. But yesterday, we got a glimpse of Attorney Nicholas Kaufman and his arguments. And he did acknowledge, interestingly, that his client was a unique phenomenon. He said he was gung-ho in his ways, but that Mr. Duterte is just full of hyperbole, bluster, and rhetoric. He argues that those speeches were just hyperbole and meant to instill fear and discipline and not literal kill orders. How convincing would an argument like that be, attorney, before the ICC?
Well, I really think, I really feel sorry for the defense here. Right? They'll be very hard-pressed to, number one, assail the veracity of all the statements, all the recorded statements. But because these are all actually, many of them are official statements of the president. And I would imagine that even under rules of international criminal procedure, they would be subject to judicial notice. No? These are no longer hearsay, given the official nature of the statements, plus the manifold instances in which were captured actually on live on television or streamed online in official transcripts of the Malacanang press office. I don't know if they would still even raise that question of the authenticity of the statements, right, that were recorded. I think that the defense, what they will try to do at this point now is to try to say that there's no link whatsoever between the statements and the killings. They will argue, and this is really the tactic that has been standard in many. So they will try to contest the representativeness of these things. But as you can see, the narration we've heard and seen so far, really detailed, consisting of individual cases. They will really have a hard time. The job is cut out for them, how to punch holes into this narrative, because the task here of the prosecution is to show that there's legal coherence, there's narrative integrity from start to finish. They lay down the growth of the DDS from being a Davao confined institution to something that larger when Duterte became president, with key agencies in the executive marshaled by the president for perverted purposes. And if these are unrebutted, according to the standard of evidence here, then if these are unrebutted, you will have evidence that could sustain a conviction. That will constitute substantive grounds to hold Duterte into account and to bring him to trial. So that those are the things that the defense must muster to defend their client.
Well, it's very crucial for the prosecution to establish the criminal intent liability of the accused, Mr. Duterte. They need to prove that he is indeed the mastermind of this common plan and that he was the head of this chain of command. Do you foresee, attorney, the possibility of the defense introducing arguments that the chain of command, or to cut that chain of command and say these direct perpetrators were just rogue agents and have nothing to do with Mr. Duterte?
I think I would imagine that the defense right now, their argument would be, well, this is a civilian institution. It's not like the military where you have a clear command chain, right? That whatever the commander-in-chief says will be followed in the function of a military commander. But the president here is a civilian. We do have cases involving civilians before, and they can learn. I suppose one of the most famous cases would be Bagbo and Bemba cases. These were also the charges were also confirmed in these cases. There was a conviction, but on appeal they were actually acquitted by the appeals court, because in the end the appeal court found that there were discrepancies in the way in which the supposed control of the structure of individual criminal liability was constructed by the prosecution. So we do have examples of confirmed charges that led to conviction, but later on appeal were overturned, and the accused were acquitted. Most famous would be Bemba and Bagbo, with this similar charges, crimes against humanity plus war crimes.
But that case reached a trial and there was even a conviction. But remind us, attorney, what were some of the arguments that the defense raised in order to get those charges, that conviction eventually reversed?
Well, here in these two cases, if I look again at my notes, the problem really in the prosecution here was that you pointed out the chain of command, right? So here in the Duterte case, the prosecutions just showed to us that there's this chain of command. There's this rather more appropriate term would be a state machinery, because we're talking here of a civilian head of state, and that state machinery was in the control of Duterte from the beginning, and that he had key people pointed to that state machinery to ensure that a common plan would be executed. Now, in these two cases that I mentioned, there were problems with the way in which the narrative of control of that machinery was rather fragmented. Now in this case, as we have seen, looking at how the prosecutors have shown the things so far, you can see that there's a legally coherent account of how the whole thing started. That from the beginning, the design was concocted in Davao, and then it was expanded to the national scene using the same personalities. persons that he trusted were here, Duterte's close associates when he was still Davao mayor. So you have Vitaliano Aguirre. That came out as a surprise to me. That he was there from the beginning when Duterte was still mayor, and he was the one giving advice. And that this was when Duterte became president. Vitaliano Aguirre now was the DOJ secretary. La Peña was now the PDEA chief, and Gueran was now the FBI director, and Bato was now the PNP chief. Now, how do you have an honest to goodness investigation of the drug war if the very people on top of these agencies are the ones who are actually implementing the common plan jointly with Mr. Duterte? So that is really the narrative here, and I think that they were able to show that in the presentations.
And I guess that's why the prosecution also released the document containing the charges, the unredacted version, which already included the names of the co-perpetrators, not necessarily because charges will be filed and they will be arrested next, but they need to lay down the network and their connection to the top of the chain, which is Mr. Duterte. And going back to your point on Vitaliano Aguirre, well, he acknowledges that he was the lawyer of then Mayor Rodrigo Duterte in Davao City. But when he was Justice Secretary, he claims that he knew nothing of the extrajudicial killings and none of the cases even reached his desk. So on his part, he couldn't really do anything. But so that's my next question, Attorney. Do you think that cases could eventually be filed against the co-perpetrators?
I have no doubt that that's going to happen in this case. And, there were also video evidence that of Attorney Aguirre calling the alleged drug addicts and drug pushers as non-human or subhuman. And there was also a video evidence there of him saying to the effect, that there's going to be a campaign by the president to eliminate drug addicts and drug pushers. And he's an essential character actually in the story. From the Davao Death Squad formation, he was there according to the story of the narrative laid down to us with prosecutors. And then when Duterte became president, he was appointed to a key position. And the agency that's supposed to prosecute illegal, unlawful killings, summer executions, he is now the one who's actually occupying the chief position in that agency and distorting the purposes of that agency because of the common plan hatched between and among them. In the PNP Manual of Operations, it's stated there that if every time there's a death in a police operation, that's supposed to be submitted for automatic inquest by the DOJ. It's part of the PNP Manual of Operations. But even in the official account of the figures of the police, 6,000 people killed in the drug war. No one can show any of the reports on inquest done by the DOJ on these killings. I can excuse maybe even 100, that only 100 reports were made out of the deaths arising from the so-called Nandaban crimes, but 6,000, not one report being produced by the PNP and the DOJ under Vitaliano Aguirre's term as Secretary of Justice. So that's something that I'm sure will be highlighted in the trial at some point.
Well, let me correct myself there. Former Justice Secretary Vitaliano Aguirre maintains that he knew nothing of the common plan. All right. So, but in a bigger perspective, Attorney, some are critical of the strategy of the defense of Attorney Nicholas Kaufman and his choice of words. Some say they were quite interesting because in his oral arguments yesterday, in the opening statements, he seemed to attack the Marcos administration. He also attacked civil society, even media, accusing media of portraying Duterte as a politically targeted leader, of cherry picking from his statements. How effective is an argument like that in the ICC?
Well, I think Attorney Kaufman knows what he's doing. Well, he's actually addressing the number one, the constituency of Mr. Duterte, the former president, which is sizable until now, and he understands. I think he knows that politically, the Duterte family is still very, very influential, and that side of the politics to international criminal justice is something that he wants to take care of, to use, and then of course the framing that was adopted by the defense is that the ICC has no jurisdiction over the case because Mr. Duterte was in the first place illegally abducted. He was basically abducted without due process, without any legal basis. He was kidnapped, in his own words, and taken to The Hague. And that was the line that they're saying here, that there's no personal jurisdiction by the ICC over Mr. Duterte. So that's still consistent, actually, with the arguments that they have made so far. And that's the same argument that they have raised to the appellate, to the appeals chamber of the ICC.
All right, well, we will continue this conversation later. We're going to get back to you again, but for now, thank you very much for answering our call. That was Attorney Romel Bagares, an expert in international law. Now, in case you missed this, former President Rodrigo Duterte has requested to waive his right to attend the hearing on the annual review of his detention, which is scheduled this Friday. In his letter to the ICC, Duterte said, "My counsel has explained to me the legal consequences emanating from such a waiver, and I trust him and my ICC legal team to represent me faithfully." Duterte also added that he does not wish to follow the hearing from outside the courtroom through the use of communications technology. The review of his detention has been scheduled on Friday afternoon in The Hague after the closing statements in the confirmation hearing. The ICC Pretrial Chamber 1 has yet to decide on this request. It earlier allowed Duterte to skip the confirmation hearings on the basis of his waiver. Now, the Duterte drug war has already been carved in our nation's bloody history. But as the year goes by, many scars still won't heal to the families of its victims. News 5 and 1PH anchor Ruth Cabal has this report.
Pagdating ko po doon, may harang na po na yellow line. Tapos ayaw akong papasukin ng pulis. Tapos sabi ko, "Sir, may anak po ko dyan." "Wala po kayong anak dyan, Nay." "Meron nga po." Tapos pinakuha ko yung ID ko sa anak ko, nakatunayan, barangay tanod ako. Nung binigay na sa akin ng anak ko, pinakita ko sa pulis, "Sir, ito po, may ID po ko, barangay tanod po ko. Anak ko po isa dyan." Nung makita ko po yung mga yung patay na, isa na nakaupo sa sopa, laylay na yung ulo, ganun, kalat yung utak. Tapos hinawi ko yung paningin ko, hinagilap ko yung anak ko. Doon ko nakita na magkatabi yung anak ko, nakasubsob, wala nang buhay. Naliligo na sa sariling dugo. Yung dugo niya kulay itim na. Sa sobrang na siguro sa oras. Ang anak ko po, sa tagiliran, nadaplisan daw po yung puso. Tapos sari po rito sa likod. Sa hita. Kaya masakit sa akin yung mawalan ako ng anak. Hindi ako pumayag na iiyak na lang ako sa isang sulok. Panonoorin ko na lang kung ano yung nangyari sa anak ko. Sobrang sakit na hanggang ngayon hindi nawawala.
Pagdating namin sa pistry, ayun na nga, naka ng yellow, na yung na sa motor namin. Ayun, naabutan namin yung anak ko, wala nang buhay, nakasubsub doon sa may motor namin. Pagdating sa bahay, doon na lang ako nag-iiyak. Doon ko binuks yung nangyari sa anak ko. Buti na lang sana kung nagkasakit na lang, maalagaan ko pa. Yun bigla nagpaalam lang na maiyahakit ang pasahero Galit po ako. Na po ako kay Duterte kung hindi lang sinabi na ipagpapatay niya yung mga adik. Sana hindi na ano yung anak ko.
Emily Soriano, ina ng 15 taong gulang na biktimang si Angelito o Eme. Estrella Nonay, ina ng 33 taong gulang na biktimang si Bernardo o Benji. Parehong sa bagong silang Caloocan napatay ang kanilang mga anak pero di sila magkakilala. Nagkita na lang sila nang sumali sa isang NGO na tumutulong sa mga biktima ng drug war. Parehong nangungulila, parehong lumalaban. Kwento ni Nanay Emily, ilang araw pagkatapos ng Pasko, niyaya ng isang kaibigan si Eme para maghapunan. Celebration daw yon dahil nakabitan ng kuryente ang bahay ng kaibigan. Pero ang dapat sanay masayang tagpo, nauwi sa masaker. Bukod kay Eme, 6 na iba pa ang napatay, karamihan mga minor de edad. Ang may-ari daw pala ng bahay na pinuntahan ni Eme, pinagsususpetsahang drug dealer. Wala pang 24 oras, may naiharap na agad na suspect ang pulisya. Pero duda sina Nanay Emily. Alam raw nilang pulis ang pumatay kay Eme bilang bahagi ng operasyon para sa Oplan Tokhang.
Kasi alam ko naman po na na sinundo lang siya, nakakala lang namin, kakain lang. Tapos makikita mo, ganun ang nangyari, karumal-dumal yung mga patay. Tapos kung pasukin yung bahay, ganun-ganun na lang kabilis nila barilin yung tao. 'Di ba? Siya, napakaganda ng proseso dahil presidente siya. Dahil ba ordinaryo lang kaming tao, wala na kaming karapatang mabuhay.
Si Nanay Estrella, aminadong gumagamit ng illegal na droga ang anak na si Benji. Kaya pinauwi muna nila ito sa probinsya. Pero bumalik din ang akala nila'y nabawasan na ang mga tinutukhang. Di na nag-file ng kaso sina Nanay Estrella dahil wala naman raw silang panggasto sa abogado.
User lang po siya. Ginagamit niya lang pag nagtra-tricycle sa gabi. Buhay pa siya ng 7 buwan bago nangyari sa kanya noong 2018 nung namamasada po siya. Hinatid lang sa phase 3 yung pasahero niya na yun. At doon binaril. Binaril siya. Dalawang bala po yata yun sa leg at sa likod. Inaasahan namin sa lahat kasi binata nga po. Dahil 3 lang sila magkakapatid. Bunso po yun. Kaya ngayon, hirap namin ang gumagawa sa namin sa pamilya namin, yung tatay namin, parehas kami senior.
Mag-iisang dekada nang masimula ng war on drugs, may mga mapapanagot pa kaya sa mga umano'y walang katarungang pagpatay?
We're going to give you more updates when we return. This is the Duterte sa ICC confirmation of charges, a special coverage. Keep it here. Welcome back. You're still watching Duterte sa ICC special coverage. The historic arrest of former President Rodrigo Duterte revived the hope for drug war victims' families. And at this very hour, thousands of them are hoping that they will eventually achieve what they call elusive justice. Ruth Cabal continues with this report.
Mag-iisang taon nang nakadetain sa International Criminal Court si dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte para sa crimes against humanity. Para sa mga biktima ng drug war at kanilang mga pamilya, maituturing ng maswerte ang dating Pangulo na nahaharap sa due process o yung tamang proseso alinsunod sa batas. Bagay na pinagkaitraw sa libo-libong mga napatay noon sa kampanya kontra iligal na droga. Sa record ng pulisya noon, nasa mahigit 6,000 ang mga napatay sa drug war. Pero ayon sa mga biktima at mga human rights group, posibleng umabot raw ang bilang sa 30,000.
Kasi po buhay po yung kinuha nila eh. Buti nga po sila, dadaan lang sila sa kulungan, makukulong ko sakali, makukulong sila, dadaan sila sa tamang proseso. Eh, yung mga mahal namin sa buhay, bulok na. Hindi na namin makikita. Eh sila makikita pa ng pamilya nila kung sakaling makulong sila.
Ano po pinaka-namimiss nyo kay Eme?
Siyempre po, yung gigisingin kanya ng madaling araw, yung pasalubong mo, eto lang. Pero pera wala, pagkain meron. Yun po yung naano ko sana ko na palaging gigising ako ng madaling araw. Naakala ko ginigising ako ng anak ko, may pasalubong. Yun po yung sobrang miss na miss ko po sa anak ko. Na hanggang ngayon hindi ko nakakalimutan yung anak ko. Sobrang sakit eh.
Kaya sabi kong gano'n sa grupo namin dati, hindi yung activity kami. Pagpanalo ng isa sa amin, tagumpay na namin lahat. Tagumpay ko na rin.
Ilan taon na po kayo, Nay?
72 po ngayon.
Eh baka matagalan pa po yung kaso, kaya niyo pa po lumaban.
Ay, kaya pa hanggang buhay pa. Nagigil ako talaga. Dapat umarap sa ano eh. Pag nilitis niya eh. Huwag siya sa ano lang. Yung hiningi ko lang, iharap siya eh. Para mapa-ano namin mga ano niya. Ginawa niyang kasalanan. Tapos sasabihin niya, mga peke lang yung mga ano namin. Tutunanan yung pagpapatay, pinatay na mga mahal namin sa buhay. Kaya hanggang ngayon, umaasa pa rin ako na makakamtan namin yung aming pinaglalaban.
Tinuturing noong isa sa ground zero ng war on drugs ang Caloocan. Kasama ito sa mga binanggit sa kaso ng prosekusyon sa ICC. Nang mag-ikot kami sa ilang lugar sa dating Bagong Silang, nahinati na ngayon sa iba't ibang barangay, bising-busy ang kalsada. Maraming mga batang naglalaro, kahit papano'y mas payapa na raw ang komunidad, pero tila di naman nawala ang trauma.
Di sa panahon ngayon, wala naman ang ganun mga binabaril, pero may mga takot pa rin yung mga tao kasi marami pa rin mga bata, mga pinapatay, nire-rape. May takot lalo na ngayong panahon ngayon. Mga takot pa rin yung mga tao kasi dahil sa mga bata eh.
Yung nangyari po yun, nung time na yun, kinalimutan na rin naman na po yun. Wala na. Parang yung nangyari ng taon na yun, kasi mga natakot na yung mga tao kasi time na katokhangan. Siyempre, masakit din nun. Kasi bata rin yung mga nasawi.
Mula sa gera sa kalsada, nakarating na sa korte sa The Hague, the Netherlands, ang laban. Crimes against humanity ang kinakaharap na kaso ng dating Pangulong Duterte sa ICC. Ang kanyang war on drugs, tinuturing na malawakan at sistematikong pag-atake sa mga sibilyan.
Duterte, panahuli!
Pero sa bawat biktima at mga naiwang kaanak, personal na laban ito para sa hustisya, paghilom at kapanatagang mamuhay muli ng normal kahit pa walang hanggan ang pangungulila. Ruth Cabal, mukha ng maliliit, isyong malalaki. Dokumentado.
And at this point, let's get the latest developments live from The Hague with our One News anchor, Angela Lagunzad Castro. Angela brings us up to speed. Angela, what's the latest situation over there?
Yes, hi Pauline. We're still here at the ICC here at The Hague, Netherlands para sa continuation nga no, pangalawang araw ng confirmation of charges si Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte at kanina nagpresent pa rin ng mga mas malalalim na ebidensya ang prosekusyon. At pero bago tayo magpatuloy Pauline, kausapin lang natin ng mabilis si Attorney Nery Colmenares. Oo, andito siya kasama natin para magbigay ng kanyang reaction. Of course,
Hi, Pauline.
Pauline is there
Yes.
with us today.
Hi.
What is your reaction to the recent presentation of the prosecution and the victims through their legal counsel?
Well, it was as we're very happy with the way it was presented. The prosecution was able to enumerate the elements of the crime against humanity, and then presented the evidence that they will use during trial to support the allegation. So, yeah, it was well done, very methodical, very coherent, and really legal arguments to prove the four elements, widespread or systematic attack against civilians, pursuance of a policy with knowledge of the attack. So they were able to prove that. President Duterte not only knew, but he ordered the killings. He not only ordered the killings, he encouraged the killings by promising rewards and promotions and, of course, pardon and amnesty. And lastly, he funded the attacks. There was a mention of funding for the attacks. So yeah, we're very satisfied, more than satisfied. And it gave us a lot of confidence that the charges will be confirmed.
Well, this day, highlighted the Duterte kill list, and some video and audio presentation
Yes.
na nagsasabi na si Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte na pag bumunot ng baril, barilin. Kapag di bumunot ng baril, barilin pa rin. So, let's say for example, assuming we're going to the full trial, how
Yes.
admissible are these videos in the case?
Yes, admissible yan unless, of course, maybe if the court will ask for verification. So probably the prosecution will have to ask the TV station and say, did you record this? It's just an affidavit of publication. We use that in courts. For example, it was published in a broadsheet. We asked the broadsheet, can you issue an affidavit of publication?
But-
the same with the TV.
Is this good enough to confirm any charges?
Oh, yeah. Confirmation. They don't even need to go into that. Kasi this is just a probable cause hearing by analogy sa trial. If the prosecution, if the defense demands and the court orders, yeah, it's very easy because I don't think the TV station will lie and say, oh, we didn't publish that. It's not the one we took. It's very easy, not too difficult.
Now, before we let you go, Pauline, do you have any question for Attorney Nery?
Yes, Attorney. Itong pag-focus ng prosecution sa word na neutralize, how important and central is that to the argument of the prosecution?
Well, it's part of the argument. Other than neutralize kasi, well, the main, of course, evidence, kumbaga allegation, is he ordered kill. They also use the word neutralize. So it's an additional aspect. The prosecution wanted to show that when President Duterte or Oplan Double Barrel with the memorandum circular said neutralize, they meant kill. And I think that I heard the prosecution say, that's how we interpret it in Netherlands, that's how they interpret it in the Philippines. And they showed a very, that's the first time I heard of that. The President Duterte's list has, the list of names and the pictures, and then they would put X every time somebody dies. And then in that list, they put an X on the day that Mayor Espinosa was killed and said in that list of the government of President Duterte, neutralized. So for us, that's one more very strong evidence that the word neutralize means kill. But even if they argue, it doesn't mean because the defense used that also, that it doesn't really mean kill, the fact that he said kill, didn't say neutralize. When he speaks on TV, he doesn't say, I will neutralize you all. He says, I will kill you all. So that's more than enough actually. So it's just an additional aspect that the prosecution added using the word not neutralize.
All right, Pauline, sobrang busy nito ni Attorney Nery. Kailangan na niyang bumalik at may nag-aantay pa sa kanya. For the meantime, maraming salamat po sa inyong oras. As always, Attorney Nery Colmenares.
Thank you po.
Kulit ko na po ito. Thank you. Okay, Pauline. So, going back to the hearing today, kasi alam mo yan si Atty. Nery Colmenares, lahat yata ng programa natin tinayuan niya, so
Oo nga.
napakabait nga. So, anyway, today, nagsa-start na rin ulit yung pangatlong batch, ng kumbaga ng confirmation of or presentation ng this time around ng mga victims through their legal counsel. So, antabayanan din natin yan dito sa mga nangyari. But ang highlight nga nitong presentation kanina ay yung pagpresenta ng prosecution ng photo gallery supposedly na pinaparade publicly ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte at of course may witness ang prosecution. Sinabi nila na ito daw list na ito ay ginagamit talaga. Once you're on the list, ibig sabihin ay talagang mamamatay ka. Kumbaga, nagkaroon pa nga ng example doon ang prosecution na sinabi nila yung si dating Mayor Espinosa Sr. ay namatay, gano'n din si Rolando Paruhinog. So, it's actually a, kumbaga, sandamakmak na mga audio and video presentation ang mga inilahad today ng prosecution. And generally, yung mga nakausap natin na of course na nanood doon katulad nila Atty. Nery Colmenares, Atty. Cristina Conti and other people are generally happy doon sa naging presentation nga ng prosecution. I was trying to get in touch with Atty. Sal Panelo. Kanina nandito siya para alamin naman natin para sa kabilang panig, 'di ba? Kasi all sides all the time tayo, Pauline. Kaya lang kasi during the break, sabi niya kain lang muna siya tapos biglang bumalik na siya kasi I was talking to other people pa. So mamaya we'll try to get his side pa rin para malaman natin. Kasi nung kakwentuhan ko lang siya off air, sabi niya inantok daw siya. Lagi daw siyang inaantok. Sabi niya ganun, boring daw. So yun pa lang yung nakuha ko sa kanilang panig. But yesterday, he said na itong mga issue na pinupukol kay Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte ay lumang tugtugin na. Para sa kanya ay hindi na ito bago. Pauline.
Actually, Angela, si Mac, yung kasama mo dyan, nakausap si Atty. Sal kanina habang kumakain siya.
Doon kasi siya kumakain sa dulo, nandoon si Mac.
Na-interview naman ni Mac at ang sinabi nga ni Atty. Sal doon, wala pa rin katotohanan lahat ng prinisenta ng prosecution. Pero I'm curious, Angela, dyan sa loob ng chamber, ano yung mood doon sa gallery nung parehong partido, parehong side, doon sa mga victims, pati na rin sa mga allies ng dating Pangulo?
Okay, so very strict dito sa gallery we have to follow the rules Pag pumasok kami doon, wala kami dapat na hawak na iba. Kung kailangan namin mag-take ng notes, papayagan nila kaming magdala ng ballpen at saka ng notebook, pero other than that, wala. So kung kami ay kailangan gumamit ng cellphone, ng para makipag-usap sa inyo sa mga programa natin, pwede kami doon sa media center. Pero kung kami ay magi-interview, kailangan namin lumabas. Hence, I'm outside right now. Doon sa mood, the time na pag ako kasi ang mga media kasi meron kaming ID, Pauline. Ito, I'll show it to you here. Meron kaming ID so that we could go in and out of the court at saka dito ng ICC building dahil iniintindi naman ng ICC yung trabaho natin mga journalists at we have to move around and interview people at para tayo ay lumabas sa sa TV at maging on air. Pero yun nga doon sa mood pag nakikita ko doon kasi sa bandang gilid doon nakapwesto yung ilang mga grupo from Duterte Panagutin Network. Kasama nila yung ilang family members ng biktima ng EJK. Sila ay intently talagang nakikinig lang doon sa nangyayari sa courtroom kasi actually pag may mga nakita nga yung security guard na parang napapapikit, tinatapik nila kasi bawal matulog So pero so far si Atty. Sal Panelo hindi pa yata nahuli na siya ay nakakatulog daw. Pinipilit ko tignan yung mga reaction of course ng defense dahil nga ito ay araw ng mga prosecution at saka mga victim. So far nakatingin lang din sila listening. We have kasi doon we have earphones to listen doon sa gallery. Yun lang naman talaga. Tapos yung ibang journalists are there. Actually yung option doon sa earphones that we have ay may mga iba't ibang languages because of course invited ang more than 70 foreign journalists also dahil dito sa historical moment na ito this is a first Asian na leader na dinidinig dito sa pre-trial chamber. So yun ang mga nakita natin dito, Pauline.
All right. Well, maraming salamat para sa update na yan. That was One News anchor Angela Lagunsad Castro reporting live from The Hague. And in case you missed this, the National Union of Journalists of the Philippines, or NUJP, has pushed back against President Duterte's claim that the defense's argument that the drug war was twisted and sensationalized. In a statement, the NUJP said reporting intensified as deaths mounted and investigations by the Commission on Human Rights and the Justice Department documented killings and police irregularities. The group accused Kaufman of spreading false claims and attacking journalists. And joining us now is Jonathan De Santos, chairman of the NUJP. Jonathan, good evening and thank you for being here.
Yes, good evening, Pauline. Thanks for having me tonight.
Okay, first of all, what did you make of the statements of Attorney Nicholas Kaufman yesterday, where he accused the media of exaggerating the scale of the killings that happened during the Duterte administration?
Initially, para bumalik tayo sa 2016, this was one of the early defenses that they had, na media was exaggerating the killings, or that media had parang we intended to discredit the government and the drug war, that's why we were reporting on this. But in fact, these were just regular stories for us, part siya ng trabaho natin, at karamihan naman actually ng naging sources natin, initially at least, on these operations were the police themselves, So hindi naman siya bago sa atin, but it was siguro parang a rude throwback to how it used to be in the early years of the drug war.
Looking back at the years of the drug war, can you walk us back through how challenging the landscape was for media back then?
Well, una-una, if you remember, those who were reporting on the drug war were parang denigrated as parang enemies of the state or enemies of government. In fact, there was even an attempt by the palace then to parang contextualize these drug war reports, usually they would say na ito nga nanlaban ito, or hindi naman ganun kadami yung napapatay, eventually, I think after a year or so, they stopped releasing yung sinasabi ng real numbers PH kasi nga napakadami na, so they couldn't parang hindi na nila kayang i-explain away yung mga ganung mga incidents or yung mga deaths, but throughout the drug war, throughout the Duterte administration, napakahirap kumuha ng data, napakahirap kumuha ng straight answer sometimes from officials, and actually isa nga rin yung problema, one of the points that Kaufman raised yesterday was yung Duterte was taken literally, pero if you look back at our reports, we actually parang almost bent over backwards to say na yung mga statements ni Duterte were hyperbole or were jokes or were expressions of his frustration, even though ang expectation natin is that when a public official speaks, you can take that at face value.
So kumbaga sa side ng media, hindi naman nagkulang din sa pag-provide ng context.
Hindi at all. In fact, kung titingnan natin lahat ng stories dyan, ang context lagi is it happened, or the killing happened within the supposed war on drugs, or it happened during an anti-drug operation, and then ikukwento naman yung circumstances of that operation according to the police, and then kukuha tayo ng input from the family, or kukuha tayo ng input from human rights groups, but most of the time ang binibigyan ng primacy dyan would be the police report or would be the PDEA report.
And dun sa accusation ni Attorney Nicholas Kaufman that the media was sensationalizing, earlier today you told our sister program News and Views na sensational naman kasi talaga.
Yeah, oo. In fact, people are being killed. Iba nahanap natin nakabalot ng tape or may sign na wag tularan, that sort of thing. Even if kahit kaninong presidente siguro yung nangyari, or under any administration, very alarming naman talaga yung ganitong killings, kunyari may makikita na lumulutang sa ilog, or kunyari may nahanap sila na secret detention facility sa isang police station sa Manila. These are newsworthy things. we would be remiss if we did not report on these.
Okay, well, just to give a glimpse to our viewers and a better understanding, paano ba pinipili ng mga media organizations yung headlines? Because I think pinoint out ni Kaufman that some of the headlines were even alluding to mga James Bond titles, License to Kill, ganyan, to support his claim of exaggerating nga itong drug war.
Well, siguro nga, kasama sa paggawa ng pag-craft ng headline would be making it interesting or parang to grab the attention of the reader, no? That's not necessarily dishonest. Syempre, with any story naman, may mga points or may mga certain angles that are more interesting or that are more important. This is called editorial judgment. Hindi naman ibig sabihin nun na may agenda agad, ano? And again, well, even admitting, let's say that some of the headlines would be sensational, no? Hindi naman siguro magpapakulong yung ICC, hindi naman siguro magpapakulong yung prosecutors sa headline lang, no? We're pretty sure, no, they would check the entire story and then they would see na ito yung kabuuan niya, no? And again, I don't think the case is based solely on news reports anyway. So, and yun nga, kung titingnan natin, napakadami naman din kasi media, kumbaga, ang daming newsrooms, ang daming media outlets, no? So, ang laki ng pagpipilian and lahat naman tayo kinover ito. Pwedeng iba yung emphasis natin by some newsrooms, pwedeng iba yung salient points na ni-raise. But the fact is, may mga libo nga to na pinatay ng hindi nakasuhan, hindi man lang formally accused, no? And these are stories worth telling, no?
Well, Jonathan, aside from the headlines, isa pa nga pinoint out ni Attorney Kaufman, kahit yung mga work ng photojournalists, what can you say about that?
Actually, kung titingnan natin, mas strict pa nga ang photojournalists in terms of ethics, in terms of guidelines. In some cases, they can only change siguro yung brightness or yung contrast. In some cases, they can pwede sila mag-crop, no? But other than that, they're not allowed to edit, no? Or if meron silang in-edit, kunyari, meron silang binrush up or whatever, they have to disclose that. So, sa isang banda, napaka-striking kasi talaga ng mga photos na ito, and that's a testament to their skill also as photojournalists, no? And their grit to be able to document these things. Pero beyond that, ang trabaho ng photojournalist talaga is to show a point in time na ito yung nakikita natin at this time, and it just so happens na yung mga ilang eksena na yon, for example, a mother cradling her dead, let's say, son, very, talaga siya. It's a powerful image, no? Hindi naman in-stage yan, hindi naman yan tipong pumunta yung photojournalist tapos dinirect nila yung mga police how to do it, no? Ito yung naabutan nila, and ito yung na-capture nila, and it just so happens na aesthetically, maganda rin talaga sila.
Well, with the media profession being attacked, Jonathan, I guess panghuli na lang, what is your message to Attorney Nicholas Kaufman as well as the Duterte camp if they want to use this as an argument to defend themselves in the ICC?
Well, that is certainly their right to, no? Kung yun yung tack na gusto nilang gawin. But I feel it's dishonest, no? Intellectually dishonest. Alam naman nila na ang mga story ay hindi lang headline. Alam naman nila kung how photos are done. They really know better. And if they want to use their time at the ICC to use these kinds of conspiracy theories, then that's up to them. Pero speaking for the media community, ginawa natin ng tama yung trabaho natin, ginawa natin na matapat, and napakadami kasi naman na checks and balances before a story comes out, before a photo comes out, na vetted yan eh. So, we do stand by our stories, we stand by our images, at ito ang nangyari sa Pilipinas noong panahon na yun.
And I can attest to that, Jonathan. There is a very strict vetting process when it comes to our stories. But for now, thank you very much for joining us and for sharing your insights. That was Jonathan De Santos, Chairman of NUJP.
Thank you. Good night.
At this point, let's get more reactions from a Duterte ally. Joining us is former chairman of the Presidential Anti-Corruption Commission. We have Sir Greco Belhica. Good evening to you, sir.
Good evening, Ma'am Pauline, and good evening to all our viewers and listeners. Thank you for having me.
Okay, first of all, can we get your reaction to the confirmation of charges hearing happening at the ICC?
Oh, well, nakakalungkot dahil while listening to the confirmation of charges in the last 2 days, nakita natin na these cases sana maganda na naririnig natin, pero sana dito na lang sa Pilipinas tinatry, because these are cases na kaya naman dito sa Pilipinas. Then first and foremost, ICC really have no jurisdiction over the Philippines, over Filipinos. Number two, we've seen in history, in past histories, many histories, that the Philippines is capable of tackling high-profile cases. In fact, maalala po natin na yung si President Marcos Sr. mismo, who is charged of similar cases, EJK, 3,000 deaths daw po, 35,000 tortures na nag-survive, 7,000 incarceration, was successfully tried here in the Philippines. In fact, marami pa pong nabayaran. Dalawang presidente po ang nakulong dito. President Arroyo, President Erap, apat na senador. Senator Bong Revilla, nakulong na naman ngayon. Senator Estrada, Senator Juan Ponce Enrile, house arrest, at Senator De Lima, proving that the Philippines is capable of trying its own cases, even high-profile cases. So, bagamat natutuwa ako na mabibigyan linaw ang kaso ng pinagbibintangan, pero nalulungkot po ako na ginagawa sa ibang korte at kulang-kulang ang mga ebidensya at ang mga storya na mapapakita ron. Gaya just today, if you relate it to the exposés that the Marines did in Club Filipino today, nakita natin na si Senator Trillanes pala at ang administrasyon, Congressman Saldico binanggit, Speaker Martin binanggit, were all involved with the investigation of the ICC. At according dun sa mga nagsalita, tailor fit or handpick ni Senator Trillanes yung mga pinadalang mga witnesses sa mga investigators ng ICC na ginastusan ng mga politiko na kalaban ng Pangulong Duterte or ng Duterte administration. So makikita po natin na talagang may political angle na gumalaw dito sa illegal na pagkakadampot sa dating Pangulo na I'm not against trial. I am against being tried by other courts because it is, as many have said, as a surrender of our jurisdiction and our sovereignty as a sovereign state.
Okay, pero sir, many are also questioning the timing nitong expose ng 18 Marines, former Marines. What do you have to say to that?
Well, of course, pwede lang sabihin yan. Pero one thing we know, na matagal na po last year pa, kalat na kalat yung putok na putok ang flood control scam. At yan ang pinagbunutan po nito. Secondly, talagang ngayon po lalabas yan dahil February 25 bukas, the 40th year anniversary of EDSA Revolution. So yung mga nagpo-protesta laban sa pang-abuso ng administrasyon at korupsyon, talagang ilalabas po ngayon yan dahil yung feeling natin or feeling na maraming tao na talamak na korupsyon at injustice ang nangyari sa bansa na pinatutunayan ng illegal na pagkakadampot sa Pangulo ng isang korte na wala naman jurisdiction sa bansa. So if you look at it that way, hindi po mali ang timing. Secondly, when is the right time to come out with the truth? So ito pong lumabas kay Trillanes was just a side issue or one of the, not really the main issue. It was just mentioned, ang issue rito is the flood control and the corruption and the money that was delivered to politicians. Tapos mayroon palang $2 million at marami pang naipadalang pera para naman ginamit doon sa pag-gather ng ebidensya o pagtulong na sa ICC na i-build up ang case ng Pangulong Duterte. Bottom line, ma'am, babalikan ko lang po yung konteksto. Bakit talaga dapat dito itry? Hindi naman natin sasabing wag itry dito. Dahil na hindi naman, paano mo ipaliliwanag sa ICC ngayon, nakikita natin sa paliwanag ng mga prosecutors nila, hindi naman po nila alam ang sitwasyon ng Pilipinas pre-2016 na nung dumating ang Pangulong Duterte, mga korte, mga sundalo, general, mga politiko were all involved in the drug trade, na ang kaso sa droga tumatagal ng 10 hanggang 15 taon. Yung mga kaso na pangkulong, pag binigyan mo ng nababayaran ng mga judges, ilalaglag yung kaso, nagiging bailable. Tapos na ang mga figures or ang mga numbers at reports na inilalabas ng gobyerno mismo ay nagsasabi na 92% of all barangays in Metro Manila are drug affected, na 100% of all heinous crime. So, ang puntos ko po, yun po ang context ng pinanggalingan nung drug war. So, it was a necessary action upon government to do nung dumating lalo ang Pangulo dahil napabayaan ng ibang administrasyon. The other administration did not think that there was a problem with drugs when the people were afraid. Kasi nga, ang dami nang lumalabas sa news na mga krimen na nanggagaling sa droga. Yun po ang konteksto nun. Ngayon, kinokonteksto nila na nagkaroon ng mga
Sorry, sir, we're gonna have to interrupt you there. I'm sorry because the hearing has already resumed, but we'd love to discuss this further with you in a different time. But thank you very much for sharing your side and your insights, former PACC Chairman Greco Belhica. And now we turn you back over to the ICC.
Extended well beyond the cases officially acknowledged as death arising from bypass operations. Furthermore, the government's failure to arrest, let alone prosecute, a single police officer for their role in any of the war on drug killings that Duterte has encouraged, sent a clear message that the one responsible need not fear accountability and can act with impunity. There is no evidence that Mr. Duterte took any steps to prevent or punish the responsible for the murders. On the contrary, as his numerous public statements made clear, he discounted the legality of police actions, showing no inclination or intent to investigate alleged crimes. Mr. Duterte encouraged the police to carry out his anti-drug campaign and repeatedly stated he would protect them from prosecution. On 19 July 2016, at a fellowship dinner with his former law school classmates, Mr. Duterte said the police officer could carry out their war on drugs without worrying about being prosecuted. He stated, and I quote, "The president can grant pardon, conditional or absolute, or grant amnesty with the concurrence of Congress. I will use it, believe me," end of quote. During a press conference on 21 August 2016, he also explained that his promises to protect the police was one of the reasons why the war on drugs had become so bloody, and I quote, "Remember, I went in warning everyone. I said it could be bloody because I knew that the police would now be equipped with a certain mindset, that they would be protected by law if they go in and have this, violent confrontation. Because before, they were afraid of these human rights, and a lot of them lost their jobs because they couldn't even have a lawyer to defend themselves," end of quote. Mr. Duterte also warned human rights organizations not to file cases against police and army officers for extrajudicial killings, saying, and I quote, I would like to say now, they will never go to prison, not under my watch. End of quote. This morning, Your Honor, Mr. Jeremy referred to the killing of the mayor of Albuera, Rolando Espinosa, who was killed inside the Leyte prison. At the time, the National Bureau of Investigation determined that the killings were a rub-out of two unarmed prisoners inside their cell and filed murder charges. Mr. Duterte responding, saying that the officers would not be prosecuted with these words, and I will quote, "I will not allow this," meaning officers, "go to prison. I don't care if the NBA says it is murder. Anyway, the NBA and the Department of Justice are both under my authority. I will be the one to answer for it and go to prison." End of quote. On his third day in office as president, Mr. Duterte publicly told police officers that he would pardon them if they kill drug dealers and drug addicts, using these words, quote, "Do your duty. And if in the process you kill 1,000 persons because you're doing your duty, I will protect you." End of quote. Given the prevailing perception of police impunity and the absence of effective investigations or prosecutions, in many cases victims did not file a complaint nor try to initiate criminal proceedings. As one family member of a victim explained to us, and I quote, "We had no hope for an investigation of the police. One of us saw one of the police go inside with an aluminium briefcase. He took out a gun and some shabu sockets and placed them next to the body. I went back to where I was, and I was totally shocked. I couldn't even complain. If we go complain, what is our chance against the authorities?" End of quote. In other cases, victims tried to seek justice. They went to the police, to local officials, to government agencies. They filed reports, they asked for investigation, they begged for answers, but their pleas were ignored, their complaints were dismissed, their testimonies were doubted. In some cases, the very people they approached for help were the same ones involved in the violence. They were left with no path forward. No institution was willing to hear them, no authority was willing to protect them, no system was willing to acknowledge what was happening. The attack against the civilian population was carried out pursuant to a state policy to neutralize, through violent crimes, including murder, individuals perceived or alleged to be involved in drug-related and other crimes. The policy was originally developed by Mr. Duterte and his close associates in Davao City and implemented locally, and then expanding to the national level in 2016, once Mr. Duterte became President of the Republic of the Philippines. Victims support the primary prosecution pleading and submit that the evidence shows the existence of such a policy as reflected in the repeated patterns of conduct, the mobilization of state resources, Mr. Duterte's public endorsement, and institutional tolerance. Mr. Duterte first ran for mayor of Davao in 1988 on a campaign to restore law and order in the city, the largest of the main southern island of Mindanao. At that time, Davao was known as the murder capital of the Philippines. Communist insurgents and government security forces gunned each other down and many civilians day and night on Davao streets and barrios. Mr. Duterte was Davao mayor for most of the years between 1988 and 2016. Local NGOs indicate that squad killings of alleged drug dealers, petty criminals, and street children in Davao City started sometimes in the mid-90s, during Mr. Duterte's second term. The group that claimed to be responsible for the killings was called Suluguan Sakatuan, or Servants of the People, amongst other names. But soon the media, as you have also heard in these days, the media began referring to it as the Davao Death Squad. The Davao Death Squad killed hundreds. Mr. Duterte endorsed the killings as an effective way to combat crime, relishing his Duterte nickname and reputation. His active promotion of the killing of suspected drug offenders led to a sharp increase in such killings during his time as mayor. According to one estimate, amongst the other that you have been shown yesterday and today, at least 1,424 such killings took place in Davao between 1988 and 2015. As you heard yesterday during the presentation of Mr. Nichols, and today during the presentation of Ms. Croft, when confronted with a death toll during his presidential election campaign, Mr. Duterte responded, "They said I killed 700? They undercounted. It was 1,700. As you also heard, Your Honors, on numerous occasions as mayor, Mr. Duterte claimed personal responsibility for the policy of killing drug suspects. Even prior to announcing his candidacy for the May 2016 presidential election, Mr. Duterte was already very clear about his intention to eliminate crime by eliminating criminals, applying nationwide the abusive crime control tactics. As reported in the Sunstar Philippines on 24 May 2015, he declared, and I quote, "If by chance that God will place me there, watch out, because the 1,000, referring to the person killed in Davao, because the 1,000 will become 100,000. You will see the fish in Manila Bay getting fat. That is where I will dump you." End of quote. 3 months after that speech, he renewed his pledge, and I quote, "If I become president, you better hide. That 1,000 will reach 50,000. I would kill all of you who make the lives of Filipinos miserable." End of quote. Mr. Duterte's outspoken vote to embark on a nationwide killing campaign against drug dealers and drug users was the foundation of his presidential electoral platform. During a campaign rally on 15 March 2016, he stated, quote, "When I become president, I will order the police to find those people dealing or using drugs and kill them. The funeral parlors will be packed." Following his election as president, as also explained this morning by Mr. Jeremy, on 9 May 2016, Mr. Duterte continued to declare unequivocally that his anti-drug campaign was focused on killing drug dealers and users. Speaking in Davao on 4 June 2016, he stated, quote, "If you are still into drugs, I'm going to kill you. Don't take this as a joke. I'm not trying to make you laugh, son of bitches. I will really kill you." End of quote. The next month, Mr. Duterte referred to children killed in his drug war as, I quote, "collateral damage." Mr. Duterte and his associates disregarded the most basilar principle of law, human rights, and human dignity. In September 2016, after the then UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon denounced the drug war killings, Mr. Duterte called him a fool, adding, quote, "I will continue the campaign against the criminals. I do not have any pity for them. I don't give a shit. I am the president of the Philippines. not the Republic of the international community. End of quote. In a Human Rights Watch report issued in March 2017, Mr. Duterte's first 6 months in office were labeled as a human rights calamity for the Philippines. Mr. Duterte repeated public statements encouraging the killing of alleged drug offenders were not rhetorical flourishes. They were operational directives. The repeated calls to kill alleged drug dealers and users is indicative of a government policy to direct an attack against a specific civilian population. Public statements encourage lethal force. Law enforcement operations were organized and resourced. The rhetoric of eradication was translated into practice. The scale, coordination and continuity of operations, coupled with public encouragement of lethal enforcement, support the inference of policy. When violence is normalized, repeated, and institutionally defended, as in the present case, it reflects policy. Turning to the alleged liability of Mr. Duterte. The suspect is charged as indirect co-perpetrator under Article 25(3)(a) for committing the crimes jointly with others in furtherance of a common plan or agreement to neutralize through violent crimes including murder, individual perceived or alleged to be involved in drug-related and other crimes. In the alternative, he is also charged under Article 25(3)(b) for ordering or inducing the Davao Death Squad and later the national network to commit the crimes, and under Article 25(3)(c) for aiding, abetting, or otherwise assisting members of the Davao Death Squad and later the national network to commit the crimes. Victims submit that the evidence presented by the prosecution allows to conclude that there are substantial grounds to believe that Mr. Duterte is criminally responsible for the crimes charged. In particular, the evidence shows the existence of a common plan to kill individuals perceived by the authorities as implicated in drug-related crimes. The common plan originated in Davao in the late 80s when the suspect instructed members of the death squad, police officers and non-police hitmen, to conduct operations against the targeted individuals, provided funds and other resources to achieve the aim of the agreement. As already recalled, Mr. Duterte made unequivocal public statements encouraging police and civilians to kill alleged drug offenders. Such statements indicate an intent to use the country's law enforcement agencies to engage in murders. Mr. Duterte was proud of his achievements at the point that he put his method at the center of his presidential campaign. When elected president, he adopted the same method as in Davao nationwide and continued to state publicly and unequivocally that his anti-drug campaign would focus on killing drug dealers and users. Mr. Duterte relied on the support of the police, which he exercised effective control over, to execute the common plan. Their loyalty was reinforced through financial incentives, promotions, and the maintenance of a system of impunity. Mr. Duterte had full knowledge of the crimes. As the Chamber has already heard, on 15 March 2016 in Lingayen, he announced that if elected, he would order police to locate and kill individuals involved in drugs, warning that funeral parlors would be crowded. On 7 May 2016, the final day of the campaigning for the presidential elections, Mr. Duterte made it clear that his threats were to be taken literally, and I quote, "All of you who are into drugs, You sons of bitches, I will really kill you. I have no patience. I have no middle ground. End of quote. Madam President, Your Honors, the loss victims carry is not measured only in the death of a loved one. It is measured in the empty chair at the dinner table, the birthdays that will never be celebrated, the dreams that ended abruptly, and the futures that were taken from them. As one of the victims put it, and I quote, "My loved one was not perfect. None of us are. But he was a human being. He was someone's child, someone's parent, someone's partner. He deserved dignity, due process, and the chance to defend himself. Instead, his life ended without warning, without explanation, and without accountability. For many of us, the moment we learned of our loved one's death was the moment our own lives changed forever. We were left with questions that no one in authority would answer. We were left with fear that speaking out would put us in danger. And we were left with a painful knowledge that the institutions meant to protect us had failed us." End of quote. The trauma of these events did not end with the loss of life. It continues every day. Families were left to navigate grief while facing stigma and suspicion. Many were told implicitly or explicitly that their loved ones had deserved what happened to them. They were made to feel ashamed for seeking answers. Some were threatened when they tried to file complaints. Others were told not to bother because nothing would come of it. Children witness violence now struggle with fear. Parents who lost their children live with enduring guilt and despair. Entire communities still carry the memory of nights filled of sirens, shouting, and uncertainty. Your Honors, the victim's suffering is never abstract nor remote. It remains real, immediate, and ongoing. Your Honors, trauma is not always visible. It resides in the silence of the ones who are afraid to speak. It lives in the hesitation of a child who no longer feels safe walking outside, and in the constant fear of families who still look over their shoulders, wondering whether they will be targeted next. For the victims, the confirmation of charges is not merely a legal step. It is a recognition that their loved ones mattered. It is an acknowledgement that what happened to them was wrong. It is a message that they have not been forgotten. These proceedings offer something they had been denied in years: hope. Hope that the truth will be established, that the one responsible will be held to account, that future generations will not endure the same suffering. Justice cannot restore their loved ones, but it can restore dignity. Justice can affirm humanity. Justice can help them begin to heal. Madam President, Your Honors, for the purpose of a confirmation of a charges hearing, the prosecution must demonstrate substantial grounds to believe that Mr. Duterte committed each of the crimes charged. Victims submit that the evidence presented by the prosecution meets this evidentiary standard. The confirmation of all charges is not only legally warranted, it is essential to the integrity of international criminal justice. The evidence before this chamber establishes reasonable ground to believe that crimes against humanity of murder and attempted murder were committed in the context of a spread and systematic attack against the civilian population, and that Mr. Duterte bears individual and criminal responsibility under Article 25 of the Rome Statute. Your Honors, the victims have waited years for this moment. They have been silenced, stigmatized, and denied justice in their own country. Today, they stand before you with the hope that justice, long denied, may finally be within reach. This court is their last refuge, and today, on their behalf, we ask this chamber to affirm that their suffering matters, that their rights matter, and that the rule of law extends even to the most powerful, by confirming all the charges against Mr. Duterte and committing him to trial. This concludes my part, Your Honors. With your leave, I will give the floor to my colleague, Mr. Andres, for concluding our presentation. Merci beaucoup.
Judge Motoj, thank you very much. Maître Andres, you have the floor.
Madam President, Your Honors, I am Gilbert Andres. My colleague, Ms. Masida, earlier submitted that Mr. Duterte's anti-drug campaign disproportionately affected the poor and marginalized. What were the conditions of the victims targeted by Mr. Duterte's anti-drug campaign? How poor and marginalized were his victims? The victims targeted by Mr. Duterte's anti-drug campaign were from low-income, high-density communities. In an urban setting, this meant that some victims live in an area of about 69,000 persons per square kilometer during the relevant period. A typical floor area of the house of a victim in these high-density communities was about 6 square meters. For some victims, their house was as small as the area of 2 tables in this courtroom. The victims' houses were typically made up of wood, used tarpaulin, plastic, light materials, and some broken hollow blocks. Any material that they could scavenge and utilize. As the victims lived in high-density communities, their neighbors knew them very well. The victims lived in close-knit communities. The victims' close-knit communities meant that they immediately knew if a person was an outsider to their community. And any traumatic event that happened to these victims in their close-knit communities was known and whispered throughout their community. As the victims were from low-income communities, to survive poverty, their houses were homes to multiple generations of their families to conserve their meager resources. For Filipinos, especially from low-income communities, their family is not just the nuclear family. It is not just the husband, the wife, the children. Their family extends to the grandparents, the lolo and lola, and the siblings of a spouse, the brothers and sisters. The breadwinner of the victim's family was usually the husband, the father of the children. The victims either worked as daily minimum wage earners or as wage earners below the prescribed daily minimum wage, or as part of the informal economy, such as a vendor. The victims worked if there was work available to earn for their family's survival. But most of the victims would not have completed their education, nor have the proper training to secure stable jobs as part of the formal economy. If they were fortunate to be employed as minimum daily wage earners, in the urban setting, this amounted to about 500 Philippine pesos per day, or approximately about 8 euros per day during the relevant period. But for most victims, the minimum wage was really the maximum that they can hope for. The victims only hope to earn at most about 8 euros per day. And for a family composed of the husband, the wife, and about 2 until 4 children, 8 euros per day is meager. There was also a cultural expectation for the breadwinners to help their elderly parents. The other spouse sometimes augmented this meager income by being a vendor or by taking temporary jobs. And if both parents were outside of their home, it was the extended family that took care of the children. Your Honors, the specific data may vary from victim to victim, but the victims hope that this data give the chamber a picture of their conditions under Mr. Duterte's anti-drug campaign. The already marginalized and vulnerable conditions of the victims exponentially multiplied the harm that they suffered, and they continue to suffer, which leads to our next submission. What were the grave effects and suffered harm of the victims, their families, and their communities resulting from the crimes charged against Mr. Duterte? Mr. Duterte's drug war campaign targeted the very humanity of the victims, of their families, and of their communities. In Filipino, the indirect victims expressed this in one sentence: "Inalisan kami ng dangal. We were stripped of our dignity." How so? First, Mr. Duterte publicly dehumanized the victims of his anti-drug campaign. This dehumanization of the victims was used to justify their eventual murders. On July 25, 2016, during his first State of the Nation address before the Philippine Congress, Mr. Duterte declared that, and I quote, "But human rights cannot be used as a shield or an excuse to destroy the country, your country, and my country." End of quote. What was chilling was that this portion of Mr. Duterte's speech garnered the most applause from members of the Philippine Congress and the public gallery. On August 17, 2016, during the 115th Police Service Anniversary at the Philippine National Police Headquarters, Mr. Duterte declared to the Philippine National Police that for those allegedly affected by drugs, and I quote, "And it has not only affected millions, but a lot of them are no longer viable as human beings in this planet." End of quote. On August 26, 2016, Mr. Duterte declared to a group of Filipino soldiers he visited in an army camp that, and I quote, "Crimes against humanity? In the first place, I'd like to be frank with you. Are they humans? What is your definition of a human being?" End of quote. These public speeches of Mr. Duterte serve to condition the Filipino people on the excuse for the murder of the victims of his anti-drug campaign and how the murders were taken out, brazen, execution style. These public speeches of Mr. Duterte were emblematic of findings that atrocity crimes were often preceded by the process of dehumanizing the identities of others to justify the crimes. Second, the murdered victims were dehumanized by how they were murdered. During their actual murders, the targeted victims were summarily accused as drug users or pushers without the benefit of a judicial process, just like the one before this chamber. The victims were then murdered inside their homes or within their own close-knit community. The victims who were murdered inside their homes were murdered in front of their family, their spouse, their children, or their parent, especially in front of their mothers. Some of the victims were forcefully separated from the physical clutches of their family members, protecting them from the direct perpetrators of Mr. Duterte's anti-drug campaign. This was what happened to the son of a victim in the early hours of a Thursday. At that time, this victim, her son, and her son's wife, who was pregnant and nearing delivery, were preparing to go to the hospital when 6 or 7 people dressed in black and who had guns suddenly entered their house. As recounted by this victim, and I quote, "My son kept repeating, 'Mama, don't leave me.' So I blocked the way. He pleaded again, saying, 'I will come with you, just don't kill me. Mama, don't leave me.' 4 officers were inside. One shouted at me, 'Get out of the way!' They pulled me down the stairs and yanked my hair. They had guns. My son pleaded again, 'Mama, don't leave me.' He was hugging, referring to his wife. They dragged me out into the street and put me on a motorcycle. Some victims begged the direct perpetrators for their lives, as witnessed by their family members. Some victims spontaneously took off their clothes to show to the direct perpetrators that they were clean. The home, which was supposed to be a shelter of security for the direct victims, became the crime scenes of their brazen murder. The targeting of the victims in their own homes is explained by the Philippine National Police Command Memorandum Circular number 16-2016, which was earlier referred to also by the prosecution. It was issued on July 1, 2016, by the then Chief of the Philippine National Police, Ronald Bato de la Rosa, appointed by Mr. Duterte. The relevant portion of CMC 16-2016 states that, and I quote, "The actual house-to-house visitations of suspected drug personalities shall be the highlight of Project Tonghang." End of quote. Project Tonghang refers to Mr. Duterte's anti-drug campaign on barangay clearance operations. Ultimately, the murdered victims were now known in their close-knit communities with the stigmatized label of natokhang and as drug users, despite the lack of any judicial declaration. Third, the murdered victims of Mr. Duterte's anti-drug campaign were further dehumanized even after their death by the false narrative of nanlaban. After the actual murder, the murdered victims were falsely portrayed as nanlaban, that they allegedly fought back against the police despite being the helpless victims. After the murder, evidence of illegal drugs and/or paltik guns were even planted on the murdered victims as part of the modus operandi of the anti-drug campaign to allegedly show that the victims purportedly fought back. Thus, the murdered victims were not only known as natokhang and as drug users, they were also now known in their close-knit communities with the false label of nanlaban, or someone who fought back. But for the surviving family members of the murdered victims, the suffered harms do not end there. The extreme trauma brought by the sudden murder of the Tokhang victims was further carried over to their surviving family members. Some of the surviving family members were even imprisoned and charged with fabricated criminal complaints while they were still grappling with the trauma of the sudden attack and the murder of their loved ones. For the victim I earlier referred to, after her son was forcefully separated from them, she and her son's pregnant wife were both arrested and detained in a police precinct. While under detention, she was told to get her son from the morgue. But they were not actually released from detention. They were actually photographed with the foils and rocks handed to them, and afterwards they were charged with fabricated complaints relating to illegal drugs, as that victim narrates. And I quote, "While in detention, I learned that the same thing had happened to all the other detainees. Their stories were the same. It took more than a year before this victim was released from imprisonment. The illegal imprisonment of surviving family members was part of the modus operandi to prevent the indirect victims from filing criminal complaints against the direct perpetrators of Mr. Duterte's anti-drug campaign. Thus, the document containing the charges in paragraph 19 refers to, and I quote, other violent crimes under Article 7.1, end of quote. Further, as the homes of the murdered Tokhang victims were the homes of multiple generations, how the murdered victims were brutally shot at have been traumatically witnessed by their family members, by their spouse, their children, or by their parents. This extreme trauma is a daily struggle for the surviving family members as they still live every day in the scene of the crime, their homes. This extreme trauma of the surviving family members also occurs when they see or about to encounter a police officer, or worse, the direct perpetrator in their community. But the extreme trauma of the surviving victims does not end there. The surviving victims were socially stigmatized in their close-knit communities with the label, "Natokhang sila," or "May natokhang sa kanila," which loosely translated means they have a family member killed in a Tokhang operation. The surviving family members of the murdered victims were avoided and shunned in their close-knit community. The neighbors avoid the surviving family members, fearing for their own lives by reason of association with the murdered Tokhang victim. And the surviving family members usually mourn alone during the wake of their murdered loved ones. For some surviving family members who cannot endure this social isolation and continuing stigma, they eventually leave their close-knit community. The trauma and stigma are especially worse for the children of the murdered Tokhang victims. Aside from losing a parent, usually their father, who is the breadwinner, the children, as direct descendants of the murdered victims, were avoided at school or even bullied as the children of Natokhang. The children of the murdered Tokhang victims have to endure bullying, stigma, trauma, depression, and some even develop symptoms such as epilepsy. And because the murdered Tokhang victims were usually the breadwinners of their families, their death meant that their surviving family members were pushed toward further poverty. The surviving family members experienced extreme socio-economic dislocation with the murder of their breadwinner. Thus, Mr. Duterte's anti-drug campaign, aside from murdering victims from low-income communities, also brought about the breakdown of the families of the murdered victims. Mr. Duterte's anti-drug campaign destroyed the trust in the close-knit communities of the murdered Tokhang victims and ultimately destroyed the social fabric of these communities. Ultimately, Mr. Duterte's anti-drug campaign not only murdered people, but perpetrated state terror against low-income, marginalized communities across the Philippines. As a result, Mr. Duterte's anti-drug campaign shattered and terrorized these close-knit communities as a means of control. And ultimately, as the targeted victims of Mr. Duterte's drug war campaign were from marginalized, vulnerable communities, his drug war campaign was not really a war on drugs. It was a war against the poor. And the continued stigmatization of the indirect victims, the surviving family members, still persists until now. The children of the murdered victims are still suffering psychologically, mentally, and socio-economically. Their widowed mothers and their extended families, the grandparents, usually the grandmother, or aunts or uncles, also bear the burden of providing for the children of the murdered victims. And some surviving family members are still being visited or watched by the direct perpetrators to check on them. Last, what do these proceedings mean to the victims? The proceedings before this chamber are being watched intently by the victims because they see it as their first step towards the truth and towards justice. There is still a culture of denial that subsists even in the close-knit communities where the victims reside. The family members of the murdered victims still cannot openly discuss the murder of their loved ones in their close-knit communities. And some quarters supportive of Mr. Duterte even publicly claim that these murders under the drug war campaign allegedly never happened or were merely fake news or were justified as necessary. These hearings on the confirmation of charges are vital to the victims of Mr. Duterte's anti-drug campaign because it will be the first step for them in actualizing their right to the truth and to justice under international law. Madam President, Your Honors, the victims know that their murdered loved ones suffered under the charge of crimes against humanity for murder being charged against Mr. Duterte. Your Honors, the victims know, they have seen with their eyes, they have heard with their ears, and they have witnessed the barbarity of the murder wherein their loved ones' human dignity was never respected. Thus, the victims pray that this chamber confirm the charges for crimes against humanity for murder against Mr. Duterte for the sake of the truth and for the sake of justice for the victims. And so that the murderous legacy of Mr. Duterte's anti-drug campaign will not find new victims in the future. Madam President, Your Honors, thank you for your time and kind attention. This ends the submission of the common legal representative for victims. May it please the Chamber.
Judge Motok.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Mr. Andres, I gather that you have finished. So this second day of our hearings has come to an end. In accordance with our schedule, the hearing is suspended until Thursday, 26 February at 10 in the morning. Thank you, parties, participants, our interpreters, the registry, technical staff, and all those who have worked on this hearing and allowed it to be held. I wish you a pleasant day, and we will see you on Thursday. The hearing is adjourned.
All right, and that concludes day 2 of the confirmation of charges hearing at the ICC. It was a day for the prosecution and for the victims' representatives to present their submission on the merits of the case. Earlier this afternoon, we saw trial lawyers Jeremy Edward and Robin Croft diving deeper into the details of the charges and explaining the origins of the DDS operations, the common plan, and how this was implemented nationwide through the Upland double barrel, and they also presented the PRRD list. Now, on the part of the victims, we heard from their counsel, Paulina Masida, and just now, Attorney Gilbert Andres, who presented the stories and the testimonies of the victims who continue to live in terror. Now, they say this will support the prosecution's evidence and show that the killings were not just widespread, but also targeted marginalized civilians. Now, they ended that presentation by asking the judges to confirm the charges against former President Rodrigo Duterte so that this case may proceed to trial and bring them one step closer to justice. Now, the confirmation hearing is set to take a break tomorrow, Wednesday, and will resume on Thursday, February 26, when the defense will have its turn to present their submission on the merits of the charges. Then on Friday, we will be hearing the closing statements once again from all parties, the prosecution, the victims' representatives, and the defense, followed by the hearing on the review of former President Duterte's detention in the ICC. Once again, the judges of the pretrial Chamber 1 will not be determining guilt. They will be deciding whether there are sufficient grounds to move this case to trial. And that concludes the second day of the ICC confirmation of charges hearing against former President Rodrigo Duterte. Catch us again on Thursday as we cover the defense's submission on the merits. I'm Pauline Verzosa. We are One News, all sides, all the time.